Mostly a mustard, Sammy.
Bread and mustard. All right, so we did surprisingly little last time we played. It was just time consuming. As um, after getting to the gates, following a night with Avidia, you were met, unfortunately, with some hesitation to let you in, as not only were they not letting anyone in who did not bring goods into the town, but even when you were able to coax them into letting you in without any valuables, they still wanted you to take a test to get in through the doorways, hesitant on any non human creatures entering its walls, as they threw down a dagger and whoever has that dagger, whoever finished with that dagger, still has it, which might be my character.
Yeah, no, I think it might be
Steve,
Zavat.
yeah. It's just a normal dagger anyway. As it was passed to, obviously, in the beginning, Ragnar cut himself. Circos, Alai, Brewer. There was a couple things tried to make it so the two very much not fully living characters would be able to get through. Brewer tried to smear the blood on the blade so it looked like when Zenyaria cut herself that blood would pour out, but unfortunately it did not take, and the gaping wound that she cut herself with was very noticeable even from up above, and no blood came out, as Zavat also did, and his blood ceased to spill onto the ground and regenerate. With that, they hesitated letting you in and let you know that if you were to go get goods or go kill a wolf that was known to be south can't think of the word right now. Werewolf, thank you. A werewolf that was south of the town. They would let you in if you brought in proof. So, after a little bit of deliberation of maybe going to the Valaki and getting supplies, as you were going to bring the green gem back to the stones that you've been to before, you eventually decided to just go south. It was closer, and find this werewolf. After some tracking done by the brewer and Ragnar, you were able to find a body that was wearing older clothing, no shoes, and torn to bits by what seemed to be lupine claws. The brewer, sort of having hallucinations, was able to eventually find the tracks, point them in the right direction as you made it to a small cave in the middle of a snowy forest, in which a lie snuck up close to the cave's entrance, and a white werewolf came out, spotting the others as you were in a fight with her and multiple dire wolves that were a part of her pack. After a long, grueling fight in which we saw a couple people go down, eventually you were able to survive as Ragnar cut the head off of, well, ripped the esophagus out of, and then cut the head off of the white werewolf as she transformed back into a human form. Alai searched the cave and found a few dozen or so remnants from what seemed to be hunting gear, spears, rusted, bloody, and a cot next to a fire in which he found an amulet that had a picture within it of a family with the words Kretz written behind it. She pocketed that as you all left with the head, severed head, back to the gates of Kretz. First seeing it, they saw the head, and it was a woman, not believing that it was a werewolf itself, without substantial proof, Alai brought out an amulet and said that Kretz was written on the back of it. After confusion, the guard seemed to disappear, and suddenly the doors opened slowly as a weathered man with a big, fluffy hat came out with the guard, big, burly, gray beard, as he motioned you forward, saying that the vampire had to stay, in which Zavat bowed and took his leave, saying he'd hope to reunite with you guys again, as you all entered into the gates as they closed behind you, and that's where we'll start. Tonight, I'm gonna move all these things I was reading. Let's just click into here.
Exit.
And you might not have vision because I have to put your tokens in.
I'm going to see them on Sunday.
I don't need vision. I'm
Are
enjoying
you?
the snow.
I'm jealous.
Fuck. Yeah, I'm jealous.
The Strokes on Saturday.
Oh, motherfuck.
Yeah,
What?
Wait, where are they playing?
Mother, can I have a bite of your sandwich?
Boston Calling.
Oh, shit.
It was supposed to be the Foo Fighters on Sunday.
Ah, it sucks.
How much does Boston Calling cost now? Like $600?
$5,000.
We got, sorry Barry, we got tickets, we got bands for the weekend for 110.
It's not bad.
Not bad.
I'm gonna surprise Ariana. She loves them. It's her favorite.
I grew up listening to the Black Album. Like, it's in my soul.
I grew up listening to Wheatus.
Grew up listening to Candace.
So as you enter within the gates, everyone can see now, right?
Yep.
You walk up forward and you start to see some of, I don't know how much everyone can see actually. Let me
I can't see very much.
yeah, I don't. When
I
I
can
set
see a
up
good amount.
when I set up this stuff, I don't need I don't need to do unrestricted because it's just a town. You see a good amount at this point, I think, right? Of
Yep.
the town, much smaller than the other two towns you've been to, much more compact. Let me see.
You can't have custom.
There's no real description, but as the man looks back as you walk, that amulet, can I have it? As he looks back at Alai. Can you not talk?
No, I can't. I'm just
Okay.
thinking if I want to get.
Or at least let me see it. Puts his hand out. And you said you had a letter from a burgomaster. Takes it, holds the amulet and flips it open. So, the former burgomaster's dead. His son wrote this.
Ismar.
Flips it open, shuts it. Why would a werewolf have this?
You tell me.
Not sure, but let's talk. As he waves his hands over to this house over here. As you see him just slowly walk in.
Who has the head?
I do.
Out of my way, Ragnar. Stay there. He's salt and vinegar
I'll
chip.
get a sword.
So inside the house, you can tell that it's very like the rest of the encampment doesn't look like run down, but they're like older houses. They've more wear. This house is cleaned. There's a lot of like the snow pulled off of it. As you do walk in, there are two wolves' heads on either side of the door. As you enter in, it's nice and clean. You can see that the table, it's around like 5, 6 o'clock when you guys get here now. And the table has is set, but it's only set for 2 right now instead of all those silverware. As a woman comes around the corner and has like a towel and she holds it around her. Oh, visitors? And Dimitri looks over to her. Yes, they come from Barovia, it seems, by way of Valaki. And they had an amulet. As he tosses it to the woman, she looks at it. And he looks over to you guys. Have a seat. We have some, I think, plenty of food, if you are hungry.
Thank you for the offer. We would love to have a bite to eat.
Anna, more plates. As he like walks over and sits like at the head of the table. As she walks back into the kitchen. Womanizer. As he sits down, and you all take seats. What brings you to my humble town?
I seek armor.
You're
In
looking
the
for
Abbey.
someone?
Armor, the Abbey, and looking for someone.
That about covers it, yes.
Well, armor-wise, we do have a general store. I don't know what Sonya has on her right now. And
Sonya.
yes. Do you
Who
know
we're
her?
Looking for?
Not yet.
We know her. You know her sister.
I know her sister.
Anya. I know of her, never met her. But Sonya has done a lot for this town and for us, and we're very happy with her. Armor-wise, if she does not, Donovich, who owns our inn, believe used to dabble. Wait, let me find it. This is what happens when which one dabbled in blacksmithing? I have to look more. You should have someone who can maybe help you in town. But the Abbey itself, no one goes up there anymore.
Why not?
The abbot used to be friendly with our town. I'd see him a lot. And one day he just stopped coming. And you can hear howls that way. Strange noises. Some think it's haunted.
Ragnar's gonna lean down to Circos. What's an abbot?
I think it is like a monk.
What's an abbot?
What's an abbot?
I'm so confused where I saw the blacksmith thing. It's driving me nuts. Oh, it's Dimitri. Okay, yeah. He said he could handle blacksmithing if it came down to
Sonya not having something, right?
yeah. I'll just relap when he we might not have a blacksmith in town, but I used to be skilled at it before I took over the mantle from my father. If you're looking for modifications to weapons, I can handle that. Everything else you'll have to go see through either Darovich or the general store. I knew there was something I read that involved blacksmithing.
You fix a javelin?
I could possibly fix a javelin, yes.
We'll pull out the crooked javelin. Lay it on the table. Found this in the den.
Well, let's continue our conversation and then we'll see if you even have to pay for that. So, Abby. Armor. Looking for someone. And that person, Sonya?
Yes.
Nothing else. Easy then. And how did you come across this severed head? You see him staring at it, and as he's staring at it and asks the question, Anya comes over and puts like a big pot down in the center, as it's like a stew. As she pulls up the top, and within it is a snow fox, like the white foxes, cooked, and it's just basically a big hunk of the fox. And she takes a fork and a spoon, and she like pulls it, and it just like falls off the bone. And she puts them both
Yummy.
within with like carrots and like onions, potatoes.
Well, we
Dig in.
tried to get into Kretz, and even with a letter saying we're allies, they wouldn't let us in. Made us cut our arms and show that we could bleed. And then it turned into us finding a werewolf in order to get in here to see Sonya and have a conversation with her.
Not just any werewolf, it was the White Claw that you were looking for.
Yes, White Claw.
And that is White Claw. As you see him just staring at it, like
Yes,
not
do you-
unmoving his eyes from it.
This
I
is
thought
not,
he
not as
recognizes them.
intimidating.
What'd you say,
He's a-
Trev?
Can I tell if he like recognizes it?
Insight check.
Do you not know how a werewolf works?
I very much do, and White Claw is one of the reasons why we are so hesitant of letting people in.
It's 11.
11. You're not able to tell.
Well, it wasn't easy.
As he breaks his
Say
concentration off of it briefly.
we almost lost a few, but once White Claw was slain, it turned into its human form.
The rest of the
Come
body,
back empty-handed.
it's still there.
Yes.
While you were hunting them, anyone else alive? Any other werewolves?
Oh, just
Okay.
a pack of dire wolves with
Okay.
White Claw.
We came.
Yeah, it's done for some reason because I'm stupid. We came across a werewolf on our journey here.
And who was that?
It was
Where?
a man, wasn't it?
Near White Claw?
Headed into Kretz, the windmill.
Ah,
They're killing the sheep there.
yes. The werewolf, did it change back at all?
Yes.
Did you see what the person looked like?
I know I didn't get a good look. I don't know if anybody else here did. Who killed it at the end? Who did like the final blow to it?
I think Ragnar.
Ragnar.
I think Ragnar, right? Because I remember Barry saying something brief about the description. I just don't remember. I think it was a man.
He was a man, yeah. Elvidia is okay.
Yeah.
You can see, like, concern on his face. Just, he's, like, overly concerned. As he, like,
Can I
starts to... Yeah, go
Can
ahead.
I do an insight? Because he's been asking a lot of
Yeah, you can always do an
interesting
insight check.
questions.
As he starts digging into his meal.
He was
That's
a
a nat
man.
20, baby.
He had
Nat
a
20?
beard.
Okay.
Fucking my first roll, baby. That's a 20.
So you can tell that he's prying. He's like, each time he asks these questions, he's like anticipating something. Like you see him like bracing almost.
Mm-hmm. Like for like a certain answer or something like that.
Yeah. As he like, you see him, and even with a nat 20, you see him like start to eat, and his hands are like sort of shaking.
You lose somebody.
What makes you think that?
You're a little tense if you ask me.
When you're a burgomaster like me, being tense is a normal thing. I have people to take care of. Werewolf attacks. The snow.
Is someone missing? The
People go
amulet?
missing every day. As you
Who did
see, his wife, like, sort of, like, wipe her eyes a little bit as she, like, walks over and puts some, like, carrots down on the table and, like, look at him and, like, look at everyone and slowly walk away.
Who did the amulet belong to?
Seemed to be a member of my family. The picture itself is of my great aunt. Or, no, normal aunt. Not great aunt.
I don't like this guy. He's hiding something.
Her name is Lyria Kreskov. She went missing a long time ago. So, finding it in a cave of what has butchered my town has irked me.
Do you recognize who this head belongs to?
He just stares at it again. Of course not,
Picture-
but
Ragnar just still holding it over his shoulder at the table.
No, it's just on
Eating stew with one
on the
hand.
ground.
as he stares at it, of course not, but I'd like to find the body and give it proper burial.
Perhaps some of the guards could go get the body.
Yes.
Not far from here.
No, I was not going to ask you, if that's what you thought.
Seemed a little implied.
No, it's just important to bury the dead.
Understood.
So this Abbey
Amanda's character, like,
has a pool of some kind, I hear.
yeah, we should bury them.
No, if you were talking about a pool, we have a pool of the White Sun is a part of Kretz.
I look over to Ragnar.
This pool seems significant to the town.
It is deemed holy. Blessed water. Blessed long ago by Saint Markovia. Its waters are said to defy corruption. As the wife comes by again, and she has like a bottle of wine, and you can I get a perception check from? Give me a perception check from Alai, Zenyaria, and Brewer, because you guys are closest. Everyone else is a little bit further out.
I rolled a 14 as well.
14. Brewer.
A fancy.
Oh, Brewer!
You
Bond
can
steak.
Brewer. I'm just gonna
Natty.
give it to you since you rolled a natty. You can tell that her eyes are completely like red under the bottoms, like she's been crying. And with a 21, as you look around the house during this, like observing, you see multiple pictures of the family, and in the pictures of the family, there are 2 kids. In all the pictures of them. As you do not see or hear any kids. As you sit at a table that's way bigger than 2 people. And
The red eyes seem normal.
she looks like she was crying. So she brings a bottle of wine. Wine for anyone?
Wine mom.
Just a typical wasp.
Just living out in suburbia.
I'll take some.
She walks over and pours you a glass. Anyone else?
Who will have a glass?
Walks over to you, 2 hand, pours you the glass.
Thank you.
After no one else says anything, she sets it in the middle of the table. And you see her walk into the bedroom and shut the door.
The pool of the White Sun. Do you know of any tomb around it? Or here in the town?
No tomb that I know of. There is a shrine, though. Right next
I'd
to
like
it.
to see the shrine.
They say the best time is to go in the morning, and the light reflects off of it.
I'll go in the morning then.
Time is it right now? Do we know?
You guys are eating and stuff, so it's like 7.
I figured.
The brood gestures back to the the door and asks the man, is she using what kind of chemical? Was she using chemicals just to live?
Who?
I know what you said, but it like barely it like
Oh,
muted you out, Barry.
I said who?
oh, he's like gesturing at the door that's closed.
My wife? She's not using any chemicals, no? Why do you think that?
Her face looks like it. I was gonna like point to his own face.
She's fine. Do not worry about her.
Good.
She's like that all the time.
I'm not sure what you were trying to refer to, but like I said, she is fine.
I like how the fur is just on one side of the table. he like looks at the 3 in front of him like.
No, I thought
Am
that
I
too
crazy?
when Ragnar sat at the end of the table.
As you all like start to finish your meals, he puts his arms on either side. Well, you're welcome to stay here. This one, as he looks at Zenyaria, who hasn't eaten or drank anything, she's just been sitting. Is she some sort of magic keeping her alive? Because she very much does not look living, and my guards say she does not bleed. Is she some sort of necromancy?
Necromancy.
Mm,
This guy doesn't know what necromancy is.
necromancy.
Wow.
Necromancy.
We found her. And it seems that her memory has been wiped. But she is sweet and no cause for alarm with her.
Promise you, sir, I do not abide by the dark arts.
She talks.
Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you.
You have yet to say one word I did not know.
Your guards told me I needed to be on my best behavior.
Yes, that brings me to my next comment is, unfortunately, we do not know what you are, and we usually are very skeptical of letting
To be honest with you, neither do I.
Haven't laughed in a while. The guards will have to keep an eye on you as you are here. They will not interfere in any way unless they have to, but if you feel watched, it's probably them keeping an eye on you, if that's okay. It's sort of a requirement for you staying in my town.
I'm gonna lean forward and I'm gonna look over to Zenyaria. Ilmater will keep you safe.
He will?
I'm sure of it.
Other than that, you're welcome to look over the town. I can work on that javelin for you. It will cost, though.
That's fine.
I just take 2 daggers and I put them on the table. Can you do anything with these?
I can silver them.
That
Silver.
works.
Seems to come in handy against the werewolves. But like I said, it will cost you.
It's okay.
Well, if you have nothing left for me, you're welcome to leave. If you need an inn to stay, Darovich is your guy. I believe he is empty. He usually houses some traders time to time, but as you can see, we have yet to get a trader in some time. If you need anything, I'm here. If you leave the walls, we know who you are. Unless you make any trouble for us, you will be welcomed back in.
Not here to cause trouble.
He stands up. Is that all you need from me?
For now, yes.
I just gotta get one more thing out.
Need a wireless headset.
Yeah, you did. If you do not need anything else, you're free to leave.
Stand up after finishing my drink and my food. Step back.
Okay. Yeah, it's unpaused, so if you guys want to move about.
Off we go to find Darovich.
Should
Yeah.
be north.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna slowly get up and just like look around as I walk over to the front door.
Yeah, perception check. Unless you're looking for something specific, then investigation.
No, just like if anything stands out to me.
Yeah.
Nothing does.
Rolled bad.
I rolled a 6 total. Roll a 2.
I kind of like peek in towards this door. This looks kind of
What door?
odd at a distance. Down here.
Yeah, go ahead. Perception check. When you get out here, just like get where your guys are gonna like meet up. So I'm just gonna pause it. I think
That is a 17.
17. As you look at that door, it's completely dark underneath, but you can see some cobwebs. Like cobwebs kind of from the handle. Like the handle hasn't been open in a long time, and then at the bottom where like you see the gap and it's pure darkness, you see some cobwebs as well.
Zenyaria comes out and waits for everybody. She's gonna look back, and she's just staring up at the wolf heads outside the door. Kinda like,
Wait, I still have the head. Did he do anything as I walked?
Oh, he would have, yeah.
Okay.
He would have asked for you to leave it, yeah. All right,
It's
are you
fine
guys
now.
doing anything as you exit? Theater of the Mindish. No?
Looking
Whoa.
for the end, pretty much.
I didn't know if you guys were going to talk or anything. As you leave, a lie. You hear from the west, the crying of a child. And it's soft. It almost goes with the wind. It's kind of like the wind's coming. It's like, and it like passes through. And you just feel like an overwhelming cold. It's like when you first got here, everyone was talking and stuff, so you didn't necessarily hear it because it's quiet. But you did feel like that chill a little bit. But you might have just thought it was the snow. But now as everyone's not talking and you walk out and you just hear that wind as the snow's pouring down, you get like a good wisp of it coming from the west.
I like take like a few steps forward and just like stand directly west. I'm just staring in that direction.
What do you see over there?
The child crying.
They're always crying.
Feels cold. I fear that the Burgermeister here isn't telling us everything. I think he's missing someone. Maybe that cry is what he's missing.
you think it might be his child?
I mean, whatever it is, it's probably not going to be friendly. Last time we saw crying children. Well, you guys know what happened.
Yes.
Well,
Maybe,
two of you.
Maybe a something to look into after a good night's sleep. Maybe restocking supplies if there is anything in the general store. I'm a bit worse for wear.
No, me too, but probably going to continue to hear it, so at some point I'll be curious to find out what it is. And I'll like turn back into the north direction.
Yeah, it's on pause if you want to move around.
Stop with the crying. You know, I already had to leave the crying children at the windmill.
It's funny because as you make your way further up the street, You make your way. I'm just gonna move you guys, especially with these two. To the center of town. And you hear from over here some screaming as you hear a doctor, you hear a man yelling, speaking to a woman who's screaming. Demiria, you need to relax. Relax, please. As she's screaming and screaming, and suddenly you hear he's like, you gotta push, push! As she's screaming and screaming, and all of a sudden you hear, and then nothing. As this man brings up two kids, as you can see them as you walk by in this room. There's two people in there with her, and you see them excitement, like super happy, like a father that's super happy, as he gives them over, and then you see him just, his face goes blue as he looks down, and there's two kids in his hands, one screaming, one nothing, as the man who delivered them walks over. Unfortunately, one of them is a shell. As he just holds the two kids and cries.
We hate shells, man. Do you know who's a shell? Zavat.
That's rude.
Hell of a man.
It's rude. Remember when I told him that too?
Yeah, I remember when you told him that. It was rude.
Could be a easy upbringing with a shell, right?
So you walk up to what is a large house that looks fairly nice. It looks like it's like an old cottage home almost. There's a good amount of snow sitting on its roof. All the lights are lit up. And as you get to the door, you can see like a dining table like out in the back and like plates all set up around it. What are you guys doing?
Oh, I knock on the door.
As you knock on the door, you wait. You don't hear anything. And then you hear a creaking coming from the east of you. As slowly, out of the shed, comes an older gentleman with a big burly beard. Ah, you've come to partake in the beautiful village of Kretz, I see. Do you need somewhere to stay?
Yes, that is what we are looking for. Are you Darovich?
That is me.
Yes. We have heard that you take in wayward strangers.
Yes. Used to be my home, you see. After my family was gone, it didn't make sense for me to live in it. So I took the old shed here. It can be yours. It can be rented for a gold a night, or the whole thing for 5. Comes with 1 meal.
Well, we can rent the whole thing.
I'm gonna lean forward. I'm gonna give him 5 gold.
It's yours then.
Money bags.
Here, I'll come unlock the door for you. Give me a sec. My knees aren't what they used to be.
It looks like he needs the 5 gold, okay?
So he goes over and he brings out this big mark with like 5 gigantic keys on it. As he pulls it in and opens it up, slowly walks in. Yeah, come on, come.
Denario, you can go right here. Right with the pigs.
Game's paused.
So,
Hello.
we got this room right here. It's got 3 beds in it. There's a bed here in the kitchen. And there's another bed over in the little study. Should be enough for all of you.
Bernard's gonna drop his stuff down at the base of this bed.
Are you going to be needing dinner tonight?
We just ate, so
Good.
we should be fine.
How long
Thank
do you
you.
think you'll be staying?
Look around at the group. I mean,
Not sure at the moment.
it's going to be a couple nights.
Did you want to pay ahead, or do you want to just pay it by night?
I'm sure we can pay it by night. But
Okay, the only problem is if someone comes. I mean, I usually house travelers, so if someone comes and you don't pay for the whole house, then you might just have someone sleeping with the confines of the house with you. I know Petra hasn't been here in a long time, but he usually is a traveler here.
Should we pay for another night just in case?
yes, and I'll pull 5 gold out of my.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, then that will get you dinner for tomorrow too. So I cook it myself. Excellent cook. You'll enjoy it a lot.
Hey,
And
pretty.
I have a couple of stories I can teach you about my life as I cook. You'll love it. Everyone loves my stories.
Thank you.
Of course. Was there anything else you needed?
Where's the pool in this town?
It's to
White
the north of the town.
A white sun.
You can't
Go
miss
there in
it.
the morning. I'm laying down.
Where's the pool? I gotta go swimming. Gotta get my tan on. Got a hot tub.
Ragnar
That's
going-
every dad entering a hotel.
Literally.
Where's the hot tub?
Pool.
Yeah,
I'm
where's
gonna
the
use
pool?
the gym facilities, and I'm gonna use the pool after all before you kids get up.
They got a sauna.
Don't mind the pigs and the chickens can be a little bit noisy, especially in the morning, so don't mind them.
Yeah, we've stayed in worse places.
Oh, that's good to hear. I take care of the place. I try my best. There's a couple of cobwebs. You might get a spider or two, but you'll be fine.
It's a very nice place. Great accommodations.
Oh, it means a lot to me.
Yes, thank you for your hospitality.
No problem.
This guy up.
He's just sitting there. He's still standing there. He's just like the creepy old guy who just doesn't take a hint. Where you guys come from?
Lucky.
Oh, Valaki, yeah. Haven't been there
Nice.
too much in my life, but
Myself, I am from the Barovia.
you're from Barovia.
Yes.
Barovia of the Barovian Valley is the proper way to say it. You must hit your head.
Well,
Yeah.
not-
Yes.
Is that why you dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
No.
We come from far away. It's all new to us.
And why is that one rotting? Just like a fly around her.
It's fine when you say that. It can be either brewer or
Yeah.
Zendaria. You don't actually
Which
know.
one?
Rude.
Why is that one rotting? Well, which one?
I'm sure it's a long story.
There's a doctor in town, miss. There's a doctor in town if you need, assistance.
What's their name? I would love to speak with them.
His name's Frederick.
Hey, dog, how am I living?
Where
was it?
where is his practice located?
Here in town? What's a practice?
It's where he operates his business. Do
Oh,
I need
out
a
of his
referral?
home.
Do I need a referral?
No, you just knock on the door, and if he's home and willing, he'll help.
You think he knows what's wrong with me?
Like looks at the scar on your neck, the nussy.
I deserve that. That's fair.
Deserve that, that's fair.
I hope so. You do not look well.
I hope so too. I'm very baffled myself.
Hey Doc, I got this nussy here.
Looks down at
You check out my nursing?
Ragnar.
Are you a
You're laying on the
gynecologist?
bed,
Yeah.
and you're not cold.
This is nothing.
You look like quite the adventurer. I used to adventure myself.
How'd that go for you?
Pretty well. I was a very good wolf hunter. Even hunted werewolves. Now I'm just older.
Werewolves are no easy feat. We just took one down before we got into town.
What did you take down?
A werewolf.
White Claw.
White Claw, huh?
Couldn't find truly anywhere.
But
Huh. You see, when I was a wolf hunter, there was stories of a werewolf clan. They lived in a cave to the north. There's an old hunter who lives in the cabin in the mountains. His name is Skennis. He told me of the clan in their secret den. So, I was young, brash, climbed the mountain to try to hunt and kill these demonic beasts. When I was attacked, the werewolf took my leg. I forgot he has like a peg leg.
by
You
the way,
forget
this guy has one leg.
I've been trying to do a limp the whole time, forgetting why, because I've read this 2 weeks ago.
Oh shit! I forgot I'm sitting.
I managed to escape and crawl back to Kretz. But not long after, my wife and daughter, on their way to Vallaki, were killed by werewolves. I suffer great burdens, for I am not sure if my wife and child were killed because of me. For I had hunted wolves and werewolves all my life. I am too old and weak to hunt them down now.
Does that, den by chance overlook a lake?
It does overlook a lake. And one of the werewolves I remember killing, or attempting to kill, wore nothing but white fur. And you're saying you killed it.
Yes, we did.
Did it have anything to do with other werewolves at the time? Was it with other werewolves?
Direwolves?
I remember Frederick at the time telling me that some of the claws were different within my wife and child's scars. I feel that you might have done me a service.
Do any of us have claw marks from
Claw
White
marks.
Claw? White Claw?
Did anyone get
Climax.
slashed heavily? Circos did, right?
Not by White Claw.
Not by
It
White.
was
Who
always
got hit
that
by White Claw?
fucking direwolf.
Did
Zenyaria
Amanda?
did. Yeah.
Zenyaria
Amanda
did
got-
get hit by White Claw a lot.
Got fucking. Cause
Are you looking for claw marks on people?
Max?
Oh, yeah.
I am, yeah. As he mentions that.
Yeah, give me nature survival check on
I
The
swear to
claw
God.
max.
Or medicine. All three. Any of those three that you want.
So dumb. It's so funny.
Climax.
Climax.
It sounds like a donut at Dunkin'. 11.
A 7.
A 7.
We got Cruellas, we got Munchkins, we got Climax.
I'm at disadvantage. I rolled a 3 and a 7.
Give me one
as
of those
you-
Climax.
As you look at her, you see multiple marks on her that look like they could be.
They look like any of these? As I'm gonna point at Zinyaria.
As he looks down, not really looking at them much before. Can you sit down? Can I get a look at you?
Here.
Sure.
Just sit down on the end of the table.
I guess.
He like limps over.
Oh no, forgot he has the limp.
Yeah, you made him walk further, you jerk.
It was
And
the
he-
closest chair.
He like pulls up a chair and sits down. And you see him like looking over your body. You get hit by direwolves too, right?
I am pretty sure.
Like a
Yeah.
couple, but not.
All of it.
Yeah. Your neck. Your chest. Those are all werewolf. Can you roll advantage d20 for me?
Wow, died by a werewolf and then fucking told a werewolf to get in her face and took it like a champ.
Your neck starts to throb in pain. All of the scars, not the new ones, but the old, start to hurt as you start to like pass out. And you get little glimpses of that night when you arrived in Barovia. And you remember how you died. As
Good for
about
me.
like 2 minutes goes by as your just head is just like on the table basically, and he's just looking around like, is she finally dead? I don't think your friend is alive.
I'm gonna like, cause I'm behind you, like put my hands on your shoulder.
You, Zenyaria?
Hold on.
It's funny, you can't even wake up and go because you don't breathe.
Oh shit, that's right. No, I can't. I'm just
Silent.
Just squat
fucking eyeball.
like the crypt keeper when he shows in pain. Hey.
Oh, shit.
Did
I'm
you
gonna just-
remember something?
I'm just gonna look over my shoulder at Alai. I was killed by a werewolf. Like killed by a werewolf.
I knew it. I knew you were dead.
Bruce like, aha!
I knew it.
It looks like you were killed by a werewolf, and then this white claw attacked you, and you also have direwolf attacks. Your body looks similar to my wife and child's. I think. As he like tears start to like well up in his face. You have
Gonna
done.
try to cover up all her scars.
You have done me a bigger service than you could have ever known. I am. Don't worry about paying for tomorrow. It's on the house. For as long as you stay here, you don't have to pay.
Please.
You can pay next time you come back.
So Bruce is
Not-
like, yeah, okay.
Not forever. I can also maybe. I know a good amount about some of the creatures in the area from my tracking days. I can help you there if you'd like before I leave. I just want to help you as much as I can before. That's what you've done for me is I have peace, finally.
I'm glad that we could do that for you.
Would you like the information?
Yes, and
So I would
Do you
also
have-
go ahead.
I do have another question.
Yeah.
The burgomaster and his wife,
Mm.
are they missing anybody?
They're kids. They had 2 children. Get my fucking other notes out. Ilya and Alana. Something happened. Wasn't too long ago at this point, but maybe a month or 2 ago. Everyone in the town was kept in the dark, but it's said that they lost both of them. Not sure why or how, but I know Anna has been mourning them ever since. She has not been the same, and Dimitri's been more cold than usual.
He was a little tense and figured something was up. Were
I'm
they
try-
old? Young?
Ilya, I believe, was 14. Alana, 9. I mean, I'm sure he's not over it as well. And then taking care of the town itself. He's been a good burgomaster. He's always done what's best for us. But there's been a damper here ever since. And a lot more resistance to letting people in, you could say.
Hopefully we can help them find peace as well.
That would be more than anyone could give. Did you have any other questions before I let you know of the creatures that I know of?
I was wondering if, as a seasoned hunter of werewolves, do you have any of your old gear still in your possession?
All I have left of the old days is a silver hand axe, which I use for defense of here. Everything else sold. There used to be Skennis came to me after my family died, and when I told them I was going to leave the mantle, and you guys know Skennis. That name should ring a bell.
Not ringing a bell for me.
Well, your character.
So he was
would.
the.
Oh, okay. I was.
Didn't you say he was like the werewolf clan? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, it got brought up earlier.
yeah.
The guy in the cabin in the mountains, right?
He took the rest of my gear for me. So all I have is left is that hand axe.
I don't think we need a hand axe, and it's probably more important that you have it here for safety.
I believe if you're going to hunt a werewolf, the biggest thing is to have your weapon silvered. I know the burgomaster himself is able to do it for some. So,
Silvered.
yes. Us wolf hunters all have our weapons silvered.
Silver's soft metal.
It's not the weight or heaviness or density of the metal that matters. It's silver harms them. Throw a silver ball at them, it will harm them more than a steel sword.
Like vampires.
Similar, yes. Though vampires are much more cunning.
I know a stupid one.
You guys are so rude. You wait till him to leave and then you just hate on him. I can't wait until he's in Travis's next campaign with all of you. Fuck off.
He stole my shit. Never forget.
Never forget.
More like Zanat.
Got him.
What I meant to say earlier, and the names confused me, is he gave his gear to Scran, and you know Scran.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
That's what I meant to say. No,
Oh,
the other
he
one.
gave his gear to Scran.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, but I gotta delete all of that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's my bad because I had like these names from so long ago, and I like don't have them up. And I was like,
Oh, now
I-
we know where Tarkin's armor came from.
Yeah.
Good armor.
No, that's a different guy. That wasn't. He didn't buy from Scran. He should have bought from Scran.
Oh, right, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he bought from the trappers.
Yeah.
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 And Scran has like the good shit. But you would remember Scran was a wolf hunter as well. So the creatures I know of are 3. Most are rumors, but I've seen some of them with my own eyes. To the north, near the mountains, there's Salonka Pass. There's a great bird that protects the stone bridge on the way. I know the path to the bird's nest. Some say it contains treasure. If you have a map, I can draw you it. Ragnar, you would know of the rock because it's right near that's all near where you are. You would not know where the nest is, but you would know about this giant rock that has like a path almost, and it always flies over the pass. And the pass is something that you've used before, like everyone uses it, and then that's usually how you go into your hunting grounds and go out. But that bridge itself, you usually stay away from, because that rock does come through, and like there's like superstitions about it, because there's a glowing green light from that pass. So that's stuff that you would know about the rock.
When he mentions the map, I'll reach into my pack and put the map of Barovia down on the table. Unfurl it.
As he'll... Does anyone have a pen or ink?
And
Quill.
My ink and ink pen.
Dabbles it, and you see him draw like a dotted line. I believe it's right here. That bird looks deadly, and it's been doing it past my generations, so if you do, try to take it on and get whatever it's holding in there. Be careful.
My tribe knows of this bird.
Tribe, are you a mountain folk?
Yes. From Mount Gakis.
I've come across you when I was younger. Never been an issue. Went my separate way. You're an honorable people. As you can see him, he's kind of like, like trying to be like, I'm cool.
I'm cool with you, no issues. Just a man with a peg leg.
What brings you to to civilization. What brings you to Kretz? We haven't heard from you in a long time. We used to do trade.
Yes, some personal matters brings me here. Something that I seek, a vision that I've seen.
I see. Now, there's a beast. Only heard this in rumors, but when you hear rumors so much, it has to be true. It haunts Lake Zarevich. They call it the Gitrog, a dangerous beast, and some say it can charm creatures to do its bidding. Long time ago, I went searching for it myself, thinking of a payday. I found a cave entrance to its lair, the north part of the lake. There seemed to be some sort of fumes within that made me hesitant. But I was very tempted. I heard that there is great treasure within the cave. And on the map, he pinpoints it on Lake Zarevich and where it is, as he just circles it twice.
I think we've seen parts of the Gitrog before.
Yes, we have definitely encountered it before, but it
Wow.
swam away.
From the stories I've heard, it needs to be killed. Charming people to feed.
Yes, this Gitrog had the fisherman under its spell and was having it to bring, having children sacrificed to it. So yes, I agree. It needs to be gone.
That is disheartening. I never would even think of children. I hope you find it within you to exterminate it. I feel like this is like a Witcher quest.
Yeah.
Stop picking up the side quests.
I was trying to find a gift of that frog you fight in Heart of Stone at the very beginning.
Yeah. Final creature is something more surprising, I would say. In the snowy mountains of Salanka, there is a creature called the Bloodhorn.
Bloodhorn?
Bloodhorn. It is very dangerous, has large horns, and they say if you are not careful, it will charge an entire band of adventurers, causing great harm. So if you ever trek the snowy mountains, beware of it. You've never been up that high, Rag?
Rag.
But you would know of Bloodhorn, and you would know of when the Elder makes his trek up towards that temple. You have lost people guarding him to a creature called like the Bloodhorn. Like that trek that he takes is always like a super dangerous thing. That's why he only does it every now and then.
Remain silent for a minute.
I hope these help you find solace and protection, gateways to whatever you're looking for, and reward in the treasures that they keep. There are things I once sought to maybe go after, but when my family was torn from me, I put everything down. I love how he's still in here. It's just this guy's like staying the night. He's gonna coop up.
Well, thank you.
No problem.
That was great information.
Your hospitality and information has been very helpful.
Yeah. I have a lot of stories. If you want, if you have more time, I can
It's another night.
continue. Oh, okay.
He goes to jiggle the handle here, and I believe this door is still locked.
Which door are you trying
The
to
one
open?
right next to me.
Is it?
Yeah, I can't open it.
I don't know why you can't open it. I unlocked it. It was locked. You see him just. Oh, it's just a little. There you go. We haven't had multiple travelers in some time, so it's usually just Petra. Also, Petra, you would know from a long time ago the traveling
Ragnar
merchant.
doesn't, but yeah, I remember Petra.
Circos should, because Circos had a very loving conversation with them as they both were snooty. He was the traveling merchant when you guys met.
The tarot cards.
The
right
tarot
before
cards and
tarot
shit.
cards.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Well, my condolences for your wife and child. I'm glad we could help you find some peace.
Yeah, he knows what it's like.
Yeah, check a load of this guy. He lost them too.
You guys have something in common. Well, if you would excuse me, we're all a little worse for wear after fighting that werewolf, and we're trekking to town, but
Oh, where are my
Sure
manners? Yes.
sure, over dinner we would love to hear more stories, and you've been excellent, and again, thank you for your hospitality.
Still standing there. You have done great importance for me. I wish you the best sleep. As he finally slowly starts to walk, he stops again, looks at Ragnar. I see pain in your eyes, child. I hope you find solace.
Can you see his eyes under that furrowed brow, or?
As he continues to slowly walk. Stops at the door and looks back. If you need anything at all, I am next door. Just come knocking. I'm a light sleeper.
Just come knocking. The cabin's rocking.
As he does that
Sorry,
old
the
person thing
shed's
where he nods a
rocking.
bunch, and he's just nodding.
This is just like.
And then slowly looking through as he's shutting the door.
Not the Darrow bitches. We'll leave the light on.
We'll leave the
You
light.
Is
guys are
anyone
alone.
joining me at the pool tomorrow morning?
Me?
Getting there for sunrise.
Just hear me from the bedroom.
I'd like to take some
I'm the
sleep.
one who told you about it. Of course,
I'll-
I'm coming with you.
I'll call from the other room because I'm sure the walls aren't very thick. This I will be there, but I need rest.
I figured we'd get up early, so calling it a early night is probably smart.
Ragnar's
What
gonna
time is
lay
it,
down.
anyways?
It's like 9.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I'm going in the room and setting my book and my quill down on the side table and getting cozy. What about you, Zenyaria? You gonna take a nice slumber tonight?
No. I'm not.
And you're just sitting at the table.
It's just.
Doing this.
Oh my god, who was that?
Mrs.
Uh,
Leapson,
Mrs.
Thank
Leapson.
you.
Just rocking on her boots.
as she talked about the parts.
Yeah.
It's the pot. The marvelous pot. Oh my god.
You're welcome for that core memory that's been deep in your brain.
Need to. How do you spell her name?
Leib? Leib? S-O-N? Leibson?
L-I-E-B?
L-E-I-B-S-O-N?
So anyways, Zenyaria is just sitting at the table, and she has her book out, and she's flipped to the very back, and she's just writing in it, just nonstop.
Dear diary, today I learned I died by a werewolf! Exclamation point. My nussy was throbbing.
No.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
I hate it.
Hell yeah!
Can we get Nussy t-shirts?
Nussy.
1D1,
All
Please
Nussy.
Nussy.
1d1, I did it all for the Nussy.
Just in the just in the middle of a team meeting, and I'm wearing my Nussy shirt. Is anyone doing anything other than Zenyaria writing in her book during the long rests?
What is she writing in her book?
She's writing about how she got the Nussy. The Nussy,
Yeah.
come on. And
Nussy origins.
Chapter 1, Nussy Origins.
Oh, shit.
If you're not doing anything, I mean, everyone can long rest. You're gonna sleep throughout the
More
night.
exhaustion, baby.
If you're not doing anything, you just sleep through the night.
Shit.
Everyone wakes up, unless you're trying to sleep through it. Everyone wakes up really decently early because the fucking chickens, especially Circos in that bed, those chickens are gonna be like right in the beginning of the fucking morning.
Cock-a-doodle-doo, baby.
Starts oinking on the other side of the
Yeah,
wall.
yeah. Ragnar's gonna just fucking pigs just eating out of the trough.
It's fine. He wanted to get up early anyways.
As-
He's gonna get up and start like getting ready.
Outside the window, still snow. Snow.
Is our sweet boy, Darovich.
Outside the window, Sarah is like,
That fucking
"Did you
pancake.
sleep okay?"
Figured you'd wake up this hour.
Only one meal a day, alright?
Sorry.
Eli's just gonna get up and take a quick skim of her book to read her beautiful night thoughts. Close the book and put it away and start packing up her stuff to meet. Right now. Heading on.
In your long rest, you give me anxiety.
Sorry.
Just near death. Oh, badly injured.
Not like that. Just stay like that for the day. See how it pans out.
So what are you guys doing in the morning?
Rise and come out of bed and enter the main room.
Just see Zenyaria. Whoever first comes in, Zenyaria is just still there, and the lantern that was lit is just still lit, slowly starting to fade. She's sitting there. And it's darker in the house still. It's lighter than it was last night, but because of all the snow, it's still
It's like a dim,
yeah, it's a
sad.
the lights
sad
still
winter
lighten up
time.
everything.
Those chickens, fucking annoying. Can't
Your
sleep.
alarm clock?
Yes, that's true. At the least I am awake now and go to the pool.
Literally sounds like a dad going out. At least I'm awake now. I can go to the pool.
Go to the pool before these kids get up.
Oh my god.
Is everyone ready? I make for there now.
To the north, right?
Yeah.
Let's
I'm
get a
gonna
move
look
on.
over at Brewer. What's Brewer doing over there?
I'm literally trying to figure out what potions to make right now. I am fully method. Yeah, so I'm probably just got my shit up and I'm like... trying to determine if it's worth the spell slot to create a health potion anymore. Which it's not. Just good to know.
Squeeze past the brewer towards the door.
Shall we be on our way?
Ready when you are.
Once he is done. And you, little sister, are you done writing?
She's not writing anymore. She would have had her book in front of her, just on the page she was at. But she would have been waking, or as you've been waking up, she would have been whispering, but trying to hide it. As she speaks to something underneath the table. But when she gets up, you realize she's talking to the spear.
Took Circus's advice to heart.
Mm-hmm.
Circus spoon that Chris through the
Silver.
night.
Hey, be silver.
I just like laying on top of the scabbard, like just face down in the bed, just exhausted.
All right, what are you guys doing? Sorry, I was trying to
Going
just
to the
get
pool.
ahead of you.
No, it's fine. Going to the pool.
We are going to the
I'll
pool.
put it together.
As you slowly get out and walk out of the house that you rented, it's pretty quiet in the morning. You see a couple people walking. As you make your way north, you do notice. I'm just gonna move you that way. As you head towards the shrine, there is a sign right here that is just, and it just says general store, and it's like carved sloppily almost, and it's just tilting in the snow.
Is there like any lights coming from inside? How early? Like I don't know if it's open yet.
It looks like it's like, so you guys went to bed at what?
9, I think you said.
Well,
Yeah,
like 9,
9.
but then like when you guys situated and like actually went to bed, I'll say like 10. So it's like 6 a.m. Yeah, you would see within like the front door, the doors have like a sign that says open, like a little small one, and within you see just movement through the windows.
So it looked like somewhere Sonya would be.
I mean, you would remember that the burgomaster
the
said
general
that
store?
she runs the general store.
Before we
I would remember that.
before we head to the pool, should we grab any supplies? I know. I think health potions were. I think we are out of stock. And, well, who knows if they have any?
The brewer's gonna just walk up to the door and walk in.
Guess we're going in.
Yes, so.
So yeah, as you walk inside, you see the half Vistani, half Dusk Elf, looking very similar to Anya, as she is her twin sister. Little bit younger.
Couple minutes on your finger.
Twin sister? It's younger?
Yeah, she's the younger twin sister. Oh no,
Yeah,
yeah.
a couple minutes.
I like a.
Yeah.
like,
She
how many
looks
minutes?
a few minutes younger.
Oh.
Thanks.
I told you tonight's gonna be a wild ride because I'm like so behind. Yeah. So the double door entrance reveals the village's general store. The store resembles a storage area, but serves as the town's only trading post. Barrels, sacks, and crates aline the walls. Stairs lead up to a small hall where a fire blazes in a hearth. A striking woman of red hair comes forth. May I help you? As she's like, you can see she's still starting to like open a little bit. She's like opening some crates right now and moving things around. As you can see, like her bed, like a bed back here that's like disheveled. She hasn't even cleaned it up yet.
And the brewer's gonna like walk around Circos, like over here.
Yeah.
And open up the bag and like pull out the first thing he grabs, and it's like, what's this fuck's arm? Or something like that's its bag.
You just pull out it. You pull out that fucking arm.
And put it on the ground. Yeah.
You see her like looking at it. Oh, how strange.
And then it like goes back in and pulls out a little like leather folio of like vampire fingers, and is like puts that on the ground, and is like puts his bag on the ground, and is like his upper half of his torso is in his bag trying to find the package.
You have quite the stuff in your bag, it seems.
He hands Circos a Vine Blight wooden finger. Like blindly. And then pulls out the package that we have for her.
Oh! I never thought this would come. She comes over and reaches at it and, like, can I take that?
Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, and he just hands it to her.
Hands it. She walks over and you see her, like, take a knife out and cut it, open it up, look inside. Perfect. I should be able to make a good batch. I will have something to give back to her, if that's okay, if you can help me. How do you know Anya?
We're close friends.
Oh, well, I'm glad that she's found more friends. Yeah, so reward for this, I can make you a potion of what I build out with these herbs. I call it the potion of heroism. I'll make an extra one for you. The rest you'll have to buy. Very helpful. Everyone loves it. And if you can do me a favor, I can give you some glass bottles, and you can fill them from the waters of the spring north of here. It's blessed waters of the pool. And bring that back to her. That would be great because she uses it. It's kind of the exchange we have going since I'm not allowed there anymore. You seemed very confused. Am I speaking too fast?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't seen my sister in a while, so even just a gift from her like this is very nice.
Maybe your last gift too. I like kind of lean over to Ragnar. Seems pretty chipper. Should we tell her? And I like whisper it to him.
Tell her what?
Strahd has her sister.
Who's her sister? I never met her.
Yeah, you did.
I did?
The one that he took at the vineyard. We were chasing them into the portal.
Oh, the girl?
Yes.
You guys are all very quiet all of a sudden. Did I speak too much?
Potion of heroism.
Oh, it's great. You'll really love it. I'm telling you, you'll really love it. It's almost better than the love potion that my sister makes. What?
While we're conducting business, do you have metal armor, perchance?
Oh, straight to the point. Okay.
Well, we're conducting business.
Let me. I would have to look through my crates. So that'll just give me a little bit for that. You see
While
her
you are looking,
grab a crowbar.
While you are looking, health potions. Do you have any?
Yeah, I can look as well. If I don't have any, I might be able to make one, but it'll take a little bit longer. As she walks by you guys and goes into this room, you can hear her. She has a crowbar in her hand. You can just hear, and just digging through the crates.
She's way more effervescent than the other one.
We tell her about her sister.
Why?
I mean, why not? She
I
wants
would
us
wanna
to.
know.
Yes, and she wants us to run an errand. Get the waters from the pool back
Drop
to
it off
her.
at Ravenloft. Hello.
Yeah.
She is oblivious.
Funny story about the gem. We're not giving it to you, but we have this water for Anya. We'll be seeing you now.
Oh, Strahd, we're not here for you. We're here for Anya. Can Anya come to the door?
Knock, knock, knock.
Can Anya come out and play?
Like, hey, Mr. Strahd, I was wondering if Anya could come out.
After a little bit of time,
My mom said it was okay.
she walks back. She walks through all of you. Well, you see, so the love potion that she uses, the sprig out here is blessed by Saint Markovia centuries ago, and those who drink from the sprig gain the benefits of lesser restoration and blessed spells. You see? So, however, though, the spring's magic has grown weak, and those who drink from it become immune to the magic after the first drink. But there's still enough magic in the water to make it potent for magic potions. So, you see, that's why I get it to Anya. I use the magic water for making the potion of heroism, but my sister, she likes to be a little bit more experimental. And she used the magic waters for ingredients of many of her stuff, but her most sought after one is supposed to be called she calls it the Fitter of Love. I haven't tried it, but it sounds very fascinating. She's very good at it. The sprig is the only goodness in Barovia. You see?
Anya,
Yeah.
I hate to be the one to break this to you, but
You could wait to tell him.
your sister is not in Valaki.
Oh? Where'd she go? She visiting someone?
Lie, the bearer of bad news.
She's in Ravenloft.
Ravenloft?
She was taken by Strahd.
She drops the glass potions as they break onto the ground. And that's what we'll go on break.
Sheesh.
Eliza, bitch!
He's a bitch. I couldn't.
Man, she was happily telling you all the secrets because you guys made the thing, and you ruined her happy secrets. Now I'll have to probably tell you these secrets, Gloomy.
No.
Crap. Oh no, my armor.
So about that armor.
Just
trying
looks
to
looks
save
down
her.
underneath.
Yeah,
Did you find armor? So as we left off, as you break the news that her sister is in the Castle Ravenloft with Strahd, she drops what she's holding, which was the 4 glasses she was about to hand to you for the pole, as they smash to the ground, and she's just looking downwards at it, just quiet. As you were alive, were you going to continue talking after you said that? She's quiet right now, though. As she hears the news, she's just looking down. You can see, like, her hands are kind of shaking as she, like, kind of holds them together and just looks down at the broken glass at her feet.
I'm gonna kind of, like, just, like, walk by Circos to kind of, like, put... I don't know why I do this a lot, but I do. Put my arm on her shoulder. I'm sorry. I went back and forth of whether I was going to tell you or not, but if it was my sister, I would want to know.
No, it's... Glad you told me. Why? Why would he want her?
I'm not sure. She was great to us back in Vallaki and gave us a lot of good information, and I know exchanging some potions with our friend here. I don't know if he knew we were speaking to her, but we want to get her back and safe.
And how will you do that? How would you get her back from there? No one ever comes back from there.
We came back from there.
And how? How did you get back from there?
Here comes Ragnar.
We left.
So are you dealing with him? Are you his champions or something?
It would never work for him.
Then how did you escape? How did he just let you leave?
Very crafty.
Very crafty.
Make a persuasion check.
You charisma guy not knowing how to read a room. I was gonna say persuasion or deception, but it makes a difference.
We need the old Ragnar, Aldrim, and Wolfane in a shop.
Yeah.
15? Well, she got a natural
16
20,
minus
so
one.
she
I
sees
wanna
right
see
through
them
it.
in a fucking tavern drinking together.
As she's... It's not craftiness that gets you out of there. He let you leave. So there must be a reason.
I mean, there was
Honesty.
Yes, there was an implication that we would do a little service for him, but little does he know, we will not be doing that service. So there we go. Scot-free.
Implication.
I started this one.
It's about the implication.
That's an implication.
I just do not understand how my sister is tangled up in this.
Perhaps he saw value, strength in her. She's very good at making potions, so perhaps he needs something concocted for him.
She, like, slowly kicks some of the glass as she walks over to the brewer, and she, like, looks down at you. You knew her? You were her friend? Are you going to help get her out?
That's what we're doing.
Yes.
That's what we're doing.
Why we're here in Kretz. You get stuff to help us defeat him.
Defeat?
Your sister.
You're not going to defeat him.
And that's all a part of the plan. If it goes well.
Please, before you do any suicide attempt, just please, my sister does not. She does not. Who knows what already has been done to her?
Probably. Well,
Probably.
She like
Sheesh,
kind of
probably
gets
not.
behind the counter. She just slams her hands down. Well, if you're her only way out, what do you need? Unfortunately, we do not have health potions. I can work on making one. I'm gonna still need some of that water, if you can get me some. I do not have any armor, unfortunately. I have some fur coats, if you're dealing with the weather. I got smaller things, shovels, torches, whips, the like, leatherworking tools. I got some healer's kits, if you're looking for something like that.
Oh,
Quarterstaffs.
how many healers kits? Healer kits?
You would know, give me a medicine check. Have you ever used a healer's kit in this session? No, right? Yeah, give me a medicine or a history check.
It's 12.
12. So you know there are multiple uses in a healer's kit. Just so for when you're thinking about getting one. As she says, I think I have about 3. Maybe more. I have to look, but
Can I have one?
yes.
Much for a fur coat.
I'll take some fur as well.
Same. Yes.
She walks over. 3 of them. She pulls them out, and they're like cloaks, basically. They have like the big white and the leather that comes down that wraps around. So this, I have about 15 gold per. The healing kit's going to be 5 as she pulls it out, and it's like a small bag, and you can see the tools within it, and there's 3 separate sets of tools that brewer, however you want to use them, you can like change them however you want for flavor, but 3 uses within one of these, 5 gold per, as she
3
sets.
uses?
3 uses per medicine kit.
You have 3?
Yes, 3 of them.
He like looks around and like counts the party members and then counts his fingers and it's like, I'll take all 3.
Okay. 15 golds. She slaps it onto the counter.
Pulls out also from his bag the wolf pelt.
Mm.
And like holds it up. Can you attach this to this? And he like gestures to his ghoul skin cloak.
Unfortunately, I'm not a leather worker. I can try my best, but it won't be up to par with what a leather worker could do.
Who makes this?
Makes the fur coats?
Yeah, he like points. Sorry, he points
Yeah.
at the.
Well, get all my shipments usually from Valaki. Unfortunately, that's why my shipments have been very delayed. So this is really all I have. I'm lighter, but I can attempt it. But I'm not a leather worker myself, so.
I don't want you to ruin it.
I don't want you to fucking ruin it.
I don't want you to ruin it. Don't worry.
Oh, no, I have leather workers' tools if you would like to try yourself.
How much?
5 gold.
Sure.
Oh, healer's kits are, I was reading, they're only 1. I thought there was 3, and I was reading the weight. So you just bought 3 and it's 3 uses for 1, 2, 3. That's what it says.
Uses.
I thought they had 10 uses.
Oh, they have 10
too.
uses. There you go. Yeah. Because I'm just looking at descriptions of them, and they don't put
Yeah.
that into the fucking actually thing. I have to go into the actual details. So you have 30 uses per the 3 on that.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Wunderbar.
Wunderbar. But yeah, she pulls out the tools, which is just like like a leather cloth almost. You know, like when you pull out the leather cloth and you have like medicine, like the old-fashioned doctors used to pull out the leather out and be like, and all the tools are in there. She pulls one of those. It has like a yarn that ties it together and sets it in front of you for the leather workers' tools.
Yeah, my thieves' tools are in a very similar.
Yep. So 5 gold for that if you'd like. Try your own at it.
Here's 15 for the cloak.
Slides it and hands you it.
I'll hand over 15 gold as well.
15.
We will gladly take the empty vials and bring back some water from the spring for you.
Yes, thank you. And I can see what I can make out of it for a health potion, but I won't have it for 1 to 2 days, unfortunately.
That is fine. I have a feeling we will be staying around for at least a little while.
Sorry, I'm just gonna sit down. She, like, pulls a chair. I can have the potion for you ready by tomorrow. The potion of heroism that I was going to make, I will give you one. After that, they're very strong, so they would be 100 gold each if you buy any past that. What else can I help you with? If you're going to the spring, like I was saying, it's the only goodness in Barovia. I often go for walks by the spring and sit at the gazebo, gazing upon the pool. I always feel some sort of kindred spirit looking over me, giving me solace, that someday Barovia will be free of the shadow of the darkness that looms over here. If that has anything to help you get my sister back. Was there any other place you were interested in this area I can help with?
I believe we were interested in looking into the Abbey. Do you know much about the Abbey?
So, there is a strange aura in the Abbey on the hill. It was once a place of solitude, safety, healing. But I fear something has changed. I met the abbot once, when I first arrived. He seemed to be from another time or world. His presence is unusual. I feel like he lives by his own ambiguous values, and while he's friendly, there seems to be a darkness that dwells within him. Take care if you go to visit him. The villagers here, they avoid the abbey and the abbot, for they fear that the shadow of darkness has gripped the old abbey and that it's cursed. There may be truths to that, but I believe that there's far more to it.
Sounds like there's more to it.
Pull out his Chris, and there was a table in front of her, right? Lay it down on the table. This blade. You see the amber in the metal. Have you seen anything like this?
I have not. It's a beautiful blade.
Yes, it is.
I would speak to maybe Dimitri about it. He knows metal more than I do.
Pick it up and slide it back in the scabbard. Thank you. When we see Dimitri again, I will bring it up with him. Does anyone else have any business?
for the pool.
Yes.
Where do we silver weapons?
Did you?
Dimitri can do it for us.
I was like, are you asking that?
Mm-hmm.
I'll turn to him and say, Dimitri.
Yes, the burgomaster used to be a blacksmith prior, when his father was the burgomaster. Brewer, can you make a perception check? Remember that you have disadvantage still too on your ability checks.
Oh,
It's day
only
2.
Fuck. The natural 20 and a 17.
So,
No, 18.
as you look around the shop, you see like a lot of things like she doesn't compared to her sister, she doesn't have a lot of potions just sitting about. She has some that you can tell that she's building, and like she keeps them all like stacked behind her. But there's one that's very noticeable to the back right. Let me move all my notes. I'm not even looking at this map anymore. I have like 5,000 windows open. So like where she is, like over here, there's some noticeable, like they're almost on a stand, potions. And as you like look at them, Hannah, you see like for a brief moment, you see like a rotting hand reaching out onto the glass within the potion, and all these eyes open within all the potions as they stare at you and look as they float around. You like blink for a second and they're gone, and you just see an unusual potion, a darker amber color, an amberish orange,
Like pee?
like dark, like if you were extremely dehydrated urine.
Like kidney disease
Yeah,
pee?
yeah. And I don't know, it just piques your interest.
Gonna take a sip of.
And since you rolled high and noticed it, you can give me a medicine check or the I can't think of the magic one. It starts with an A. Arcana, whichever you prefer. Disadvantage though.
Another natural 20 and a 4, so 8.
An 8. It looks familiar to you, but you're not able to pin out. Or it doesn't look familiar to you. You like feel like you're starting to like, because you've dabbled with some orange potions before, and but it falls off of, like you don't figure it out, unfortunately, with that low of a roll.
My elixir of boldness is scorched. Yeah, just take a sip of Soother and like shake it off.
Anyone wants to do anything?
Heading towards the door.
Okay. I didn't realize the game was paused. But yeah, you can move your characters out of here. Zenyaria, did you just hang out outside?
Apparently. Yeah, so she's just been outside, like, leaning on her blood spear, just staring up at the snowfall.
Did you attune to that yet?
I don't know, you tell me.
We'll just say you attuned last time, since you didn't do anything. Remember to attune to your weapons.
Yeah, I would have been on the last rest we did.
Yeah, so you can attune to that again.
She's just standing there in the snow, holding her nussy. Like you do. I said just holding it. She ain't playing with it. Thinking about werewolves.
Alright, so as you guys make your way north,
beautiful angels. They're singing.
Angels,
The angels.
they're singing.
What is that?
It's Ragnar's cousin.
It's a statue. See,
No,
Chat.
it can't be. There's no jorts.
There's no
that's a jert, I think.
Shorts.
Hi.
You can add. Did you guys add the things, or do you want me to drag them over?
I didn't add. I
I
didn't add any.
have glass vials.
Yeah.
Yeah, I added a fur cloak.
Well, I didn't.
Hannah, I can
Wow.
add it to you. I have it.
Thanks.
Here.
It'll look really good over my dress from Strahd that I'm still wearing.
Mm.
I
You can
ripped
say you
Strahd dress.
changed.
No, I like it. I like the aesthetic.
If you're wearing that dress, you know your AC goes down, right?
I
Uh-oh.
changed out of that dress.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that's not, you get your AC's part of it's from leather armor.
You can wear a dress and leather armor.
Yeah, just wear it over.
Come on.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Look, I'm Brett Michaels.
You look just like him. Do it again. Do it again. Do it to Cash again. Every
Hey,
road
hey,
has
welcome
its
to Rock and
thorn.
Love.
Welcome to Rock and Love.
All right, the
Fucking
fur
show
coat's
is
in there.
wild.
So the fur coat, players in temperatures under 0 degrees suffer extreme cold if not protected from the elements. Each hour in extreme cold, you must roll a con save. The fur coat neutralizes that effect.
Hey, and it looks dope.
You know, I've played Genshin Impact and I've been on a snowy mountain before.
Right.
Josh, did you add your stuff? Did you add your?
Yeah, is it 6? How many thingies?
What?
How many empty glass vials? Or
Oh,
empty
so
glass bottles,
4
right?
empty glass vials. She gave you.
Thingies.
And then I already added my other stuff.
Okay. All right. So as you guys walk north, you're walking basically, and this whole place has like the fortress around it. The only part that you don't see like the walls of Kretz is where the ridge goes up to where the abbey is. But even under gray skies, this pool at the north end of the village shimmers and sparkles. Near its shore sits an old gazebo on the verge of collapse. A wooden statue of a mournful, bare-chested man is paint-chipped and faded. It stands in the gazebo with its arms outstretched, as though waiting to be embraced.
Ragnar, get in there.
Statue is
Muscle on
Make sure-
muscle, baby.
Make sure to rage before you do it. Come here, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up to the shrine.
Yeah, get him.
Okay. As you walk up, are you walking onto it?
Yeah.
It kind of like with you, heavily creaks, and the floorboards kind
You?
of bend. And you stand up there and look around
Call me
as
fat?
that statue is just placed in front of you,
Sugarcoat it.
but nothing happens.
You're big dumper.
Can I look at the statue to see if I
Dude.
tell anything about it?
I'm so glad we got
Anything about it?
big arms in each campaign.
Hmm.
This season.
You can perception check.
Beefcakes on
I
it.
forget what my mod is. I think it's +4. Yeah. 6.
Yeah, I mean, it looks just like a chipped statue of a man with longer hair. Give me a history check with advantage. I'll give you advantage on it, so it's a flat roll. Wait, you shouldn't have disadvantage anymore.
I'm not
right?
disadvantaged.
Yeah, so
anymore
with
now.
advantage.
That was just a flat bad roll.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, would you say advantage history?
Yeah.
Yeah.
14.
14. You're not 100% sure, but hearing them talk about the blessed nature of the pool and stuff like that, and the way that this statue is built out, your best surmise would be that it is a statue of the Morning Lord.
There somewhere, just.
But nothing
yeah,
else happens as you're in the gazebo.
What's everyone else doing?
I would have like walked up to like the outside of the gazebo, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna kind of pace around the outside, and I'll start kind of muttering and to myself and Svelari, and I'm gonna cast detect magic as a ritual. So I'll kind of start doing that as like I pace around the gazebo.
As you pace around the gazebo, every time you get close to that pool, Circos, your sword shakes. Ally.
I'm kind of gonna walk up and look over at Ragnar looking at the statue.
Ally, as soon as you walk up onto that gazebo, almost like a whisper crosses
What I fucking do?
as you just hear Irina. No. Tatiana. Sorry. I'm super
No.
not prepped for this scene. What's up?
I'm gonna kind of like, as I was like walking towards, like ready to say something to Ragnar, and that passes my ear, I just kind of like freeze and like frantically look around to see if I see anything.
You look around, you see nothing. And then once again, passing through your left ear to your right, is that you?
Ragnar,
Jesus.
something's talking to me.
Ragnar's ignoring you as he's looking at this statue right now. And he's saying, Rosanna, show me something. You told me to protect your will. I was told it was underneath a pool blessed by the white sun. Is it not here? As he's looking.
Would you offer your throat to the wolf? Of the I don't know why that made me think of that song.
God damn it! Now it's stuck in my head.
Girl, I just listened to it the other day. Well, this motherfucker ignored me, so I'm gonna frantically look over at Circos, like circling.
Yep. Just
It's talking to me.
Something's
And you
talking
di-
to me!
He's just concentrating on looking down and just like in my thoughts muttering those words over and over.
Come
Like-
back to me.
Doesn't even register.
Just
I'm gonna,
behind
like-
you now, as you look that way, behind you, you just hear, come back to me. Come back to me, my love.
I'm gonna like stop and kind of like close my eyes and try to like respond like in my head. It's like never had this happen before. And I'm just gonna be like, who are you?
Are you not Tatiana?
No.
I am Sergei.
You okay?
Sergei von Zarovich.
That's suspicious.
So suspicious.
That's weird.
And just like a lie is like sweating.
Come to the statue.
Statue?
Yes.
I just kind of turn and I look at the statue.
You turn and you see Ragnar as he's just like in front of it, like. Tell me. Speak to me!
Answer me!
Where to me?
Sweating. I'm gonna like step to the side of Ragnar.
How long is
Statue.
your ritual?
Takes 10 minutes to cast.
That's right.
10 minutes? Okay.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Ella?
I like took a step like beside Ragnar to look at the statue.
As Ragnar is just mean mugging and talking to this thing, I'm sure you hear what he said too, because I'm sure you're like,
Yeah, I'm not very quiet about it.
The statue, Alai, not like you've seen before with these spirits where like you clearly see them, but it's almost like the statue's looking this way and like the ghostly form of it slightly
It's, like,
looks
looking
towards
at
you,
me.
but it like fades in and out. Like it never stays constant. It sort of like looks towards you and like pulls back and then looks towards you as it's talking. Where is Tatiana?
I don't know.
She is mine. I am hers. What are you here for, if not to bring her back to me?
Looking for something.
What?
You're in your head, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just one.
I'm just like panically looking
Oh,
at this
I'm not
fucking
paying attention to you, so.
a sword.
As this is happening, Circos, as you get like right by the pool and your blade is just like fucking like slamming across you right now. Your magic does go off and you get a glow from underneath the gazebo. It's like super light though. It's not like dense. It's like, but you're seeing like basically that glowing light coming from underneath the gazebo. And the pool itself also heavily glowing.
Do any school of magic that I can?
Let me check. I would say evocation. Yeah, I would say evocation. The other pool, you just see it's like a radiant light. Actually, give me a second. Actually, I could probably give you better. Yeah, it wouldn't be a school.
Okay. I know, come to a stop and just like hold the Chris steady now and then just like look around and absorb it and just look over at Ragnar and Alai in the gazebo.
Ragnar's thinking out loud at this point. He's like, you did say that the dead one was important to the saving. Should I have brought him here? Should he have come with us into Kretz? Maybe he knew the way in. As he's just staring at the statue. Go on.
Where's the tomb?
Shakes the statue. Where's the tomb?
There is a magical aura to this gazebo. It is faint from below.
I'll look at the
In my head again, I go, a sword?
The sword. My sword.
Sunlight.
You want it. You're after it. To save her? Tatiana?
Where is she?
Lost. Passed along. Generations. Within someone. I can't reach out to her. I can't.
She with your brother?
He always wanted her. Took her from me. We belong together.
If you help me, I'll help you.
My sword. Yes. The Sun Sword. Was once a powerful magical weapon. Its blade, forged by the breath of a dragon, named Argan's Vault. Stronger than any steel. Its magical hilt was blessed by Saint Markovia with the powers of the ethereal plane. When I was struck down by my brother, he had the Sun Sword destroyed, or so he thought. The magical hilt was removed from the Sunblade. The Sunblade was taken to the Amber Temple and destroyed. But the brave knight, Lugdana, fought Strahd's minion and returned the blade to Argan's Vault, where it was forged. The Sunblade, my blade, is a powerful blade and rests in the tallest tower of Argan's Vault. The hilt was buried with me. Below.
Below the statue.
Below the gazebo. You'll have to break through. Dig to find it. If you have the blade and the magical hilt, and you bring them to me, I shall be able to forge it back together. And you shall take me to claim what is mine.
Poor Eli.
I'm just imagining you watching this and this just like misty face just continually looking back and forth. And like so the look of it looks like the statue too. It's not showing his actual form. It's like
Right,
the
it's
statue's
like the
form. It's like
statue's
his
talking to
it's
me.
almost like he's possessing the statue and not able to
Right,
cling it.
right. I will get her back to you.
Thank you.
Get revenge for what was taken.
All he's ever wanted was her. He'll do nothing. Kill, destroy anything to get to her. Including me.
I'm sorry.
As it just goes quiet. Ragnar's probably still thinking in front of the statue.
Eli's gonna kind of like snap to it and turn around. I know what we're looking for.
The
Sword.
blade.
Yes.
That's why I'm here. I didn't write any of this down because it was in your head, so I'm like,
Yep.
I'm gonna get Hannah's notes.
I love being the dumb barbarian because notes are not my strong suit.
There's two things we're looking for. The sword itself is in the tallest tower of Argan's Vault. But the sword itself has a powerful hilt. And that hilt is buried underneath this gazebo with the body of Sergei von Zarevich.
Tomzerevich? Strahd?
Strahd killed his brother for a woman named Tatiana, who is living in somebody else. And he's looking for her. Strahd is probably has her.
Anya?
Could be anybody.
Perhaps he is just,
He has Anya. He has Irina.
just abducting
else?
women to find this Tatiana.
You said the hilt's under us?
The hilt is buried with him.
Hannah, can you give me intelligence or wisdom saving throw? I'll let you choose between. Those are both similar to me.
I'll do an intelligence. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
17.
As you're going through the names and you're thinking about Strahd's wives, since you've been in this place, there's only been one thing that Strahd's been after ever since you got here.
Irina. Irina is Tatiana.
Explains a lot.
Why she's so important.
How can she be Tatiana if she's Irina?
This place is different.
Many people have different names.
Some
Perhaps,
people seem to pass along into other people.
perhaps she was a shell before.
Rag, you would at least know that with your tribe, because you've lived here since the Strahd stuff, that I mean, you can kind of give it your own kind of name, but like, ever since Strahd has been, there's been knowledge of like people in the tribe having dreams of past lives and stuff like that. So you're probably very unaware of like souls within bodies and stuff, but it might recollect something along those lines that's happened ever since the area's been sort of isolated off.
Been stories within my tribe of people dreaming about past lives. Maybe Irina's a similar situation.
Well, Sergei said he would do anything for Tatiana. He was in love with her even though she was in love with Sergei. And he's willing to help us if we help him. Fellas?
Well, you said the hilt's in his tomb and it's under here, right?
This guy in his tombs, I love it. Where's the tomb?
Where's the tomb? As I'm gonna look at the gazebo floor and start grabbing my battle axe.
When we find the hilt and the sword, we bring it back here and Sergei will mend them together.
Where did you say the sword was?
Argan's vault.
Where's that?
Have you heard of it?
Do I know that?
Argan's Vault? You can make a history check for that. It was mentioned to you guys before.
I rolled a 2.
Yeah, so you know.
And
Um,
less.
It was definitely mentioned to you guys before, but that's...
Never heard of it. Well, I'd really love to dig down there and get that hilt right now, but if we have to bring it back here regardless, I guess that can wait, and I'm not sure the people of this town would be too thrilled of us ripping up this shrine.
I would wait till you have the sword.
Well, it looks like Argan's Vault is a destination of ours now.
Add it to the list.
Argan's Vault. Return the gem for the Fae. What else?
Yeah, the list of little creatures that we just got from Darovich.
I'd like to understand where this crying is coming from. We, in our travels, went by a windmill, and as we were leaving, there were screams of children, and we turned away. I don't think I can ignore that again.
I was also hoping to see Dr. Frederick at some point, but if we can't fit that into our very busy schedule, I completely understand.
Whoa, where'd you come from? You don't breathe.
News of that.
What do you need him for?
I can understand what's wrong with me.
I can tell you what's wrong. You did.
Bitch, you dead.
You're welcome for the diagnosis.
Well,
Dead as fuck right now.
I understand that. I'm hoping there's a way to restore me to how I was before. And maybe I could get my memories back as well, so I have any kind of idea of who I am.
Pump the blood back in.
Did you hear anything when you were awoken?
Lots of growling and my flesh being ripped apart.
When you woke up?
When
Or
I
is that-
first woke up?
Yeah.
No.
I'll go with you.
When I woke up, I was spoken to by the Night Mother. I didn't know if you were a similar situation to me.
No.
Not sure you want to find out everything that happened in your past. Sometimes it's better not to know.
Anyone looking at Ragnar as he speaks, his underneath his arm, his pad. Are you wearing that fur thing? You just still
Has
have
the
your
cloak
normal.
on over it.
Do you have
No,
the cloak
I
on?
never put it on because I assume it's not like crazy cold here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I never put it on.
There's just like a pulsating glow more than usual.
Well, I hope I would be able to see him. He's fucking standing right next to me.
No, that's what I'm saying. Anyone like standing looking at him,
big
like
boy.
it's not unnoticeable. It's like
I'm looking at him.
Like this region of him is glowing?
yeah,
It's
like
like
where
a-
his
on his
pauldron is,
ear,
it's
right?
behind it,
Yeah.
and underneath
Motherfucker,
that
a
is
Care Bear?
pulsing.
Maybe.
Care Bear stay.
Care Bear. Care Bear's there.
Did something happen to you,
Do I detect any magic off of that?
Ragnar?
No
Healing
schools, but magic, yeah.
I was killed with my wife and child.
And the Night Mother brought you back.
Yes.
Curious. I wonder why. Did she tell you?
To protect her will.
Shame she couldn't be nice enough to bring them back with you as well.
I agree. But perhaps then I wouldn't do what she wanted me to do.
I'm sorry.
And that's the tea.
You wish she.
just poking and prying. wish she never brought you back?
Part of me, but it gives me the opportunity to kill those that wronged me.
Well, I'm happy you're here.
It's nice to be in your company. I hope you find your family.
They're probably dead.
Join the club.
Dead family club. Circus is like, I have a happy home.
The terms with it.
Mama
Thank
Circus.
you.
Circus is
Circles,
like,
you're back for dinner.
Circus is like,
the
I
windmill.
have a wife, and she asked me to marry her, and I didn't even want to. You believe that?
Can't wait till this all over. We can go have some spaghetti over at
Spaghetti.
Circus's house.
At Mather Circus.
She goes to light the oven. She's like, Flamiga.
Yes, we have Gabagool back home.
Fucking Anyway.
Meg, I need you to draw something. Mama Circa.
Mama Circus with cold cuts.
Babushka circles.
And she's always
Babushka circles.
Yeah.
Well, where do we go from here? Because if we stay here any longer, I might start hacking at this gazebo.
Well, I think we need to do that. Below the floorboards.
You want to hack at the gazebo?
Well, we have to bring the sword back here anyway, so might as well just wait until then.
Let's not have another powerful item with us in case anything happens.
Plus, maybe we can get Dimitri's blessing to destroy their shrine that they seem to care about.
Well,
Or not. I'm fine either way.
We need to get that file for Sonya. And we can head back in town, and I'd like to investigate the sounds I heard, and Zenyaria would like to see a medical professional. And then maybe we can ask, what is his name? What's this guy's name?
Dimitri?
Yeah. It's Dimitri about Argensvold. He seemed like an adventurer. He might know a thing or two.
yes. Well,
And
let's fill those vials.
Who has the vials?
Brewer.
Wild God.
Yeah, who's going to the actual pool?
I mean, I'll walk over to it.
Yeah, I'll walk over.
Okay. Who else is walking towards the pool?
Okay.
Ragnar, are you?
Nah.
Brewer is? Zenyaria, you are? Okay. Circus, as you walk towards the pool, every step you take, it's going more.
Yeah.
As you get 10 feet from it, it legit rips off of, like, you clutch it in like a leather thing, right?
Yeah,
Rips
it's
it.
It literally
on my
rips
belt.
off and falls directly where, as you move forward, and it just sits there and it shakes on the ground in the snow.
is it telling you why it doesn't want to come closer?
I kind of kneel down next to it and place my hand on it.
Doesn't really talk to me in the daytime, but
Can I feel anything different about it other than it just
It's
trembling?
resisting. So like if you try to move it past, like, towards you, without, it won't budge. Legit,
Like heavy.
almost like sentient resisting.
Grabbing it, just feet digging into the ground.
If the sword had a mouth, it would be screaming.
don't think it does not want to get any closer to this spring.
I'll like pick it up and take a few steps back
As you step back, it will always kind of have the pull away from it, but you're able to manage it from there, and it's shaking because you're still closer than you were at the gazebo. You could like strap it back on and whatnot if you wanted to.
Puzzledly look at Circos as I turn around and just go towards the pool. Eli remembers that.
The others, as you get to the pool, it's clean, sparkling. The snow lands on it and just dissipates. It looks like looks like it's like on a sunny day, even though there's snow completely around it.
Without hesitation, the brewer pops open the vials and sticks them in the snow, and like is just starting to slowly fill them up.
Yep. As you put your hand in, it's perfectly. It's like the perfect temperature. It doesn't feel too chilly, as you put your hand within it and scoop up the water.
I'm gonna fill up 7.
So 4 for her and some for you.
Oh, I thought she asked for 6. My bad.
No, she gave you 4 vials. So if you have your own vials, you can take some.
Oh, okay.
And I would just write blessed water. Anyone else do anything?
Yarya, like,
Gonna jump in.
oh, cannonball! She's like squatted down at the edge of the water, kind of like a kid looking for rocks, but she's just peering down into the water.
When you look into the water, you see your
shit.
human form.
My what?
You see your gnomish form, like your fully healthy form.
Yeah, previously unfucked
Yeah,
up
something
form.
you've never seen before because of your memory.
Yeah.
A gnome
Like-
without a nussy.
Yep. A healthy
How close is
gnome.
she?
If you
How
give a
close is
gnome
she?
a nussy.
I don't think you're too far. All of you are too far.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking anywhere near her direction, you would see her like emotion change like that.
Can I see her reflection?
Yeah, can we see it?
If you're looking, no. You see her own
I
reflection
just
peer
see
back.
Zenyatta.
Yeah. Has anyone else
What
looked at reflections? You looking at a reflection?
Yeah, I am now.
When you look
Looking
at a
her.
reflection, you see person looking
Prepping
back
in
at
lab.
you, the eyes missing from the eye sockets, the skin
Oh.
ripped open, his arms ripped open, his face ripped open, and he's just staring back at you the whole time.
Nice.
As you move, he moves.
Just like that.
I'm like, I picture myself like standing between Brewer and Zenyaria, and then both like looking into the pool, and I'm just gonna like take a step forward and just like peek down to look in.
Alaa, you see yourself, but you see yourself before when your eyes weren't glowing blue. Maybe a happier time in life.
Huh. Back when everyone wasn't missing. Got it.
Yeah. Just a healthier, less depressed looking you without blue eyes.
Brewer lights a spliff and it starts smoking while he's filling up the vials.
I'd need that too if I had to look at myself filling up files like that. I'm gonna. I feel like Eli would do this. She's gonna kind of get down to her knees and like kind of like lean a little like deeper towards the water, and like kind of down to like Zenyaria's level. Are you crying? Oh,
I don't
you
think
don't
I
have
would.
tear ducts.
Yeah.
That's right. What's your emotion as I look at you? Like, do you look happy, sad?
I would say like it went from like fascination to like, yo, what's this water about? To like,
Right.
what the fuck, and back to fascination. But like you can tell I'm focusing on something.
I'm gonna like put my hand in the water.
It's perfect temp. And as you do, you literally can see, like, it goes through reflection. Reflection never changes, but you can like see it's so clear. The water is so clear. You can see like your full hand within it.
And I'm gonna like reach and put my other hand in, and I'm gonna scoop some of the water, and I'm gonna splash it on my face.
I'm gonna drink it.
If you're just splashing it, it just feels like fresh. Like it's like any dirt or grime on your face seems to just go away, and it's like the cleanest you've felt since being here.
And I'm gonna put my hand in again, and I'm gonna like kind of pour the water into like a cup in my other hand, and I'm gonna like dab my hands in it and just rub it on Zenyarea's cheek.
Zenyaria is very dirty, so it literally cleans that part of her cheek right off, as you just see that blue rotting skin under it.
Should have left that.
But it's cleaner.
Put that back on.
Maybe she doesn't need to be clean. And I'm gonna slowly get up and walk away from the water.
Thank you.
It felt good for me. Maybe I thought it was gonna feel good for you. Is that not good for you?
Anyone else
Fucking
doing anything at the
cheekbone
pool?
exposed.
I'm gonna drink it. So I'm gonna go right with a straw. I'm gonna stick a straw in there and give it a good refreshing
Straw?
sip. Straw?
I'm just kind of standing at a distance. My trembling Chris. Staring at the pool.
Zenyaria, and doing anything else?
Oh, she'll just do like a quick little prayer and then walk away.
You gonna
from
do
it.
an actual prayer?
No, not an actual.
You guys don't like to do
Oh.
prayers.
Wow. Sad.
I thought I don't have time for it. I thought it has to be on like a short rest or like
Short
after a
rest or
short
long rest, but I don't count it against you. You just do the prayer. You guys just don't do that. Don't want the added benefits of a prayer. You know?
I mean, if I can do it right now, I will.
I'll let you do it right now.
I thought it
since
was
you're
only for
in
short
front of-
rest. Though.
I mean,
Pray.
Get on your knees and
pray.
fucking pray, bitch.
since you guys refuse to use it, I'll let you use it here against at the pool.
You don't use it, you lose it.
Which one are you doing?
Or it grows back.
Do health. I always do health.
Health. Okay.
Yeah. Just 1d20.
Yep. Yeah, for you actually, it uses your you fucking crit,
Double
what's
it.
your so you're good, right?
Double it.
You're good.
What?
You're-
Yeah.
Your alignment.
And what's your
I'm like, I'm
religion
good at what?
proficiency?
You good?
You good, bro?
am I good? I don't fucking know. +2.
Okay. So
I thought a 20 was good. I don't fucking know.
you can do all the way up to health. You can do all the way up to resurrection dying. So resurrection dying is a PC recovers to 1 HP immediate. God's touch, cure poison or disease immediate. Purity of health, recover all health immediate, or bless health 50% of total HP comes back.
Where were you when Tarkin died?
About to say sorry.
So which one are you doing?
An escape.
Do resurrection.
Never forget.
You gonna do resurrection? Okay. Just RP how you pray.
Hold on. Do I have it on here? Yeah, she'll just be kneeling beside the pool, and she's just fascinated by her reflection, whatever she's seeing. And before she gets up, she'll just quickly say,
Blessed are those who hunger for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are those pure in heart, for they will see ill matter.
and then she'll just get up.
Did you pray for yourself or someone else?
Someone else.
Who did you pray for?
Oh, a lie.
Okay.
Praying for lies. Sweet health.
Can a brewer get a prayer around here?
So, a lie, you can put that you have
resurrection dying. This is a post-it, but if you go down and you're dying, you'll recover to 1 HP, and then
I'm
it's
gonna
gone.
die and I'll be like, yes! And I'm like, back like, fuck!
Shit! Shit!
Oh no, I'm dead again.
Oh shit,
Oh,
here we
God.
go again.
How long does that last for?
I'm just looking at the player character. Oh, you have to hold on to that one, actually. Because it's a resurrection thing, you can't do it for self. So, you have to hold. You have that to resurrect someone, basically,
Gotcha.
How long does she have it for?
until she uses it. That's why they're good to roll against.
Free death card. Love it. Sorry, Tarkin. Hey, Tarkin, if you can hear this, sorry. Hope you get out of that nightmare.
Sorry.
Sorry you can't escape. Hopefully you're not getting tentacle fucked. If you are, some enjoy it.
Hope you're into that.
Basically, the way that like the resurrection one works is like you pray and like you gain favor, and like so if someone goes down, you can't use it on yourself. It has to be on someone else.
No, I figured. Yeah, I just use it as an action.
And basically use it as an action, and it's you're coming back to get that faith that you put into the god. So the god basically does it. Since we haven't done resurrection, since we haven't done resurrection yet, I just have to look at how I put it.
As it rises.
But yeah, and then you're leaving. So after that, Brewer, what are you doing? Anything else after you grab your vials?
I'm just paying particular attention to Signoria. I don't know.
Does anyone notice how clean I am?
You would slowly see her get up and walk away, unless she's doing something else after her prayer.
I would be heading over to Circos. Because I'm assuming, like, the shit with the storm was real obvious.
Yeah.
And I'll
near
just
him
kind
when
of,
you're
like,
walking, yeah.
stand beside him and, like, lean on my blood sword.
Is it not cooperating with you?
No,
Listening?
does not want to go.
Do you think it would mind if I hold it while you go? Because that pool is fascinating.
I go where she goes.
That's fair. I understand that.
Wow. Gendered his Chris.
I gendered it a long time ago.
Brewer, did you after she left? Did you walk back?
Yeah, I finished up the water collection, and yeah, just walk back.
Okay. What's everyone doing from here?
I'm gonna look at Zenyaria. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
I'm gonna look at Zenyaria. Oh, what did you see when you looked into the pool?
Myself, but not really myself. I didn't have all the decay and
No, see.
that.
I saw myself too. I looked really happy.
I did too.
Brewer, what did you see?
Yep. And I'm gonna like lean over and look at the brewer.
Did you see yourself too?
Juicy.
You saw Juicy?
What did you see?
No. I was like, juicy, yeah.
And juicy too.
I saw myself.
I saw myself.
Was the thing that I saw me, a version of me, or was it just a
Nope.
flayed? Yeah. You fucker.
I mean, Brewer. I mean, it had some noticeable features that you would have noticed.
Love that for you.
Guys, Barry's a really good DM.
Yeah.
You, the brewer just is like shaking his head and ignoring them, and just like not profusely, but just like he like started shaking his head, answering your question, and just isn't stopping shaking his head, and just like going through it and like doing his stuff, almost like a tick, like it's uncontrollable at this
Like
point.
it like triggered something.
Doesn't sound good.
He's like still smoking and like shaking. No, it's more like this isn't
Bite of a mushroom.
this isn't fun.
Suddenly putting a needle into his arm next to the gazebo. Leave!
Brewer takes his belt off and ties it around his neck.
Don't look at me!
I just kind of slowly step
I'm
away
disgusting.
from the brewer.
Back to Sonya.
I'll look to the brewer. Hand me one of those vials.
She says no.
Extend my hand forward.
Wait, one of the vials I filled up?
Yes.
No.
Are you kidding me? He filled that.
You can fill it again.
These aren't for
Let
you.
me
You
see
can,
it.
he'll like hand you an empty vial. You can fill it. And
But he
it's, like,
can't
shaking.
believe
I-
her.
I go where she goes. I would like a full one, please.
4 are not for you, and the 5th one is for me.
I could fill it for you, Sardos.
Hand the empty one to her.
Such a dick for no reason.
I like that
Sorry.
there's been a bridge between. There used to be Circos and the brewer were best friends, but there's been some turmoil in old La La Land.
No, homeboy's going through it.
Oh, La La Land. I mean, I don't blame him.
Ever
Fuck.
since
I want to go
Eli's.
back to that water.
Eli, you're just going back in.
Yeah, I
Outta
just
here.
go back and I fill it up for circus.
Reflection's still there.
I need that back.
Eat me. I lie.
I'll take it from Halai. I'll draw my Chris.
Oh.
I'll smash the vial over the blade.
As you do, the black smoke leaves it, floats overhead, as it hovers over all of you. Is anyone doing anything?
Staring at the black
Looking
smoke.
up at
It
Holding
shoots
my
into
Chris
Circos, and he falls. Blacks out.
What the fuck?
Is he dead?
I don't know.
You did.
I'm
He
gonna
literally,
kinda,
his
like-
body just collapses.
I was standing next to him, so I'm just gonna kind of like get down, like on one knee, and like try to figure out if he's still breathing.
Medicine check. Fucking. I was wondering what you were doing.
Circles, he's battered. 11.
Very lightly, not normally.
Still breathing.
His chest is breathing heavily, but the air coming out of his like mouth and nose is not.
He's still alive, but a little worse for wear, it seems. Did any of you see that smoke go into his blade back in the tree?
No, when did that happen? I was inside the tree.
Ragnar, did you walk up to them?
Oh, I thought they walked back to me.
No, they're
Oh, okay,
they're
I must
they're
have been
basically they're basically where Circos was stuck, for
Like
Which
the
is
10,
like
10
yeah,
feet away
Okay,
from
yeah.
the pool, I think
like
you said?
the overall thing is like 30 feet from the water, and they're like halfway.
All right. I'm gonna walk up to them then because I'm.
Okay, so as you're walking up to them, that pulsing gets harder stronger, and you get more pain as you walk. If you get all the way up there, you are leaning forward in pain from that wound.
I'm gonna stop then.
What the fuck is going on? My life. When you're approaching, do we see? Like, are you in pain? Like, because we just
Yeah, I'd be
stop,
clutching
I
at it
assume.
and then I'd stop.
Yeah, so he's not fully hunched yet.
Is he okay?
I don't know.
And you just see
Still
that
breathing.
pulse is very noticeable coming from underneath his pauldron. Man, this is fun. I didn't even think this was all gonna happen. I thought you guys were just gonna leave.
I'm gonna look at Zenyaria and Brewer. Should we move him? What should we do? What if he stops breathing?
Bruce like messing with his vials and stuff, and just still shaking, still like not shaking.
Everyone's
Still,
fucked up. Just you and Zenyaria right now.
Zenyaria, I'm over.
A goblin baby runs up and jumps on Zenyaria and is like, "You're my mom."
Are you my mother?
He's like,
Bubble!
Bubbles.
Little kid by the pool just starts fucking blowing bubbles. Can I cast Detect Evil and Good on Circos?
Yeah, post it.
That's something I don't have.
You're welcome.
I've got a dagger. I can stab him, maybe. The brewer does that. It seems to work sometimes.
Yeah, she'll just start like walking in a circle around him as she has this kid grappled onto her, blowing bubbles. Fucking random kids in Barovia, I swear to God.
Yeah, you see a dark purple hue, like in his like chest area, as he lays there. His arms, which are exposed, right? You have exposed arms, right? Because you just have your normal stuff and then your cloak. Black shoots down either arm, and just symbols start to build, archaic symbols going down his arms.
Can I?
It's
see
like
what
kind of
they
like almost
say?
like going down a vein, but then they just imprint.
Can I look to see if I know what they are?
Yeah. Give me a second here. What do you speak?
Me?
Yeah.
Thieves' Cant, Common, Elvish, and Sylvan.
Okay, so it's none of those. So go ahead and make a history check.
Can
Nat
I
20,
read
baby.
it?
A nat 20?
Nat 20, baby. Second one up from the dice from the night. It is staying here.
I'll say you don't speak it, but you've seen Abyssal before. And it's an older version of an Abyssal. So it's like more crude than what you've seen. As his pupils open and his eyes are completely black.
Nice.
And he's still just laying there.
I don't have anything to help him, do you? Anything
Can
to
I
get-
get like a crude understanding of what it says if it's an Abyssal?
Do you speak Abyssal? You do?
What are you?
Abyssal, Common, Dwarvish, and Gnomish.
Give me a wisdom save.
Great.
14. crudely, it says towards the darkness on one of the arms. The other ones you're unable to read.
He's just staring, like laying down, staring up now.
Yeah.
Yeah, just eyes black.
His chest is like heavily, like if he was breathing heavy, but his mouth and nose is not. Like he's not like, his mouth is shut, and there's barely any air coming out of him.
With the stuff on his head.
Yeah, I'm just gonna point to one side. I don't know what that says, but this one says towards the darkness. It doesn't seem good.
Out of you two, give me an Arcana check. Both of you can take it, or one of you can give advantage.
All you, babe.
Rolled a 19, 20, 21, 22.
You would have remembered your time when that demon tried to possess you. Markings almost similar off of him. And remembering that, like, possession was the main goal there. With a 22... Yeah, with a 22, you would look back down at that Chris, which is still wet.
Wet. I'm gonna turn around and run towards the water. And scoop it with my hands.
Mm.
And I'm gonna run back and just drop it on Circos.
Throw Circos in the water.
I don't have anything to take a demon out of him. What do you want from me?
Okay.
Does anything happen? Poor alive.
We're alive. Circus's eyes are black. Poor
Cir-
Circus.
Circos, you take 17 radiant damage. As his body smokes and just swivels and moves.
Do you have anything to get a demon out of him? We don't. Ragnar!
What?
Can you... Circos has a demon in him.
I can't get any closer.
Do you want me to bring him to you?
I don't know what you want me to do. I can hit him. No, I don't think that would help.
I don't fucking know.
Circos, while this is happening, you really just see black for the most of it. As you are burnt, you don't feel anything, but you smell the flesh burning.
Sorry,
As
Circos.
there's just like this little glitter of light in the far distance of the darkness. Amber. Just shining. It's like a little speck of amber glow.
We take him back to town. I don't know what to do, but he can't just lay here. I think I hurt him more with the water. He's sizzling.
You think so?
Bring him to the doctor.
Speedy mirror.
Just gonna like get down and try to pick up Circo.
I was gonna say before you do that, I was gonna like put my forehead on Circos's hand, my hand on Circos's forehead, and cast Divine Sense.
Okay. Okay, yeah. I mean, you've just like before where you saw like that aura within him in his chest. Like now you fully can focus it. You see it sort of lashing around, and it seems to be more fixated on a certain direction as it lashes within him, and it's towards the direction of the Chris.
I'm gonna go pick up the Chris and move it as far away from Circos as possible.
It just still lashes that direction. But as you, like, bring the Chris over, it's still wet with that water.
I'm gonna go put it in the pool.
As you put it into the pool, nothing happens.
Dissipates.
But
I'm still trying to pick up Circos.
Does anything happen to Circos?
No, he still
good.
looks bad.
As long as he didn't get more radiant damage.
I dumped 17 radiant damage on him, so nobody tell him I didn't do anything.
What are you doing now, Zinyaria?
She's just gonna place it like in the shallow part of the pool and then walk back to Circos and do lay on hands.
Okay, so you left the Chris in the water?
Yeah. I can stay there time out for a hot second.
Alright.
I don't like that nod.
Oh, as you get up, it's still lashing down that way, but like reverberating backwards, and you're gonna do lay on hands on it.
On
right?
Circos.
Yeah. What is lay on hands magic?
What is it?
Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, pick up here.
Just like divine, basically,
Divine.
right?
It's just me
I'm sorry.
in my god.
How much are you healing him for?
However much I can. If it's more than 25, then all of it, but...
As you try to heal him, he stops breathing. As his body stops moving with the shaking and just kind of squirms left and right in the snow as he starts to go into a seizure. Circos, that light just is growing and growing. Pure amber as you see the beginnings of what looks to be a structure in the darkness. Make a death save.
So can I pick him up now? Or are we gonna try anything else, maybe? Anyone wanna participate? Help out a little bit, maybe? I don't know. Maybe suck it up with that pulsing in your chest?
What do you want me to do?
Suck her up!
All I know is kill. I'm a barbarian.
And all I know is stab! I'm a rogue!
Zenyaria, give me a wisdom save.
Do you want me to go invisible? I can do that too. I could inflict wounds. Maybe that'll force him out. I don't know.
You continually see this thing, this creature within him lashing towards the sword that you have put in the water of radiance. Do with that information as you wish. As you have it just sitting in the shallow end.
Come fight me, you fucking bitch.
Are you doing
I'm
anything?
going to attempt to lift up Circos.
I'm just standing by Circos.
I need to get him at it. I don't know what to do, so I'm just getting him out and to someone.
Yeah,
who
I
can
would
help.
be trying to separate him, I think, like, just distance him from the sword, though. So, I'll
I
help
don't
him
know
by,
that she
like,
put
shove
the
him.
sword in the water. So
You what?
I said I wouldn't have even focused on her taking the Chris.
Okay. Yeah, you can pick him up. What's your weight, Circus?
Circos, how
Leave
fat
it on
are
my
you?
fucking sheet.
Flamboyant twink boy?
I don't think it's on there. What's your
I don't know,
guesstimate?
like, I don't know, 170?
170. Yeah,
He's
you
all
can.
cape.
Yeah, you can lift him. He's not that heavy.
I'm
not gonna
110.
do a
He's 60
strength check.
pounds heavier than me.
Yeah, you drag him by the arms and
Yeah,
I'll
I think
get
you
his
can
feet.
do 60 pounds.
I'm just gonna frantically pick him up and just start running.
Okay.
towards
As
the
you
town.
pull him in that direction, more of the black starts to fill his arms as he's starting to literally become that
my
black
fucking
color,
God.
as it certainly like seems to like be burning into his skin almost.
He's getting worse.
What is happening?
I don't know. I
Drop
don't
him.
know. And I just drop him.
I threw his sword in the pool. Should we throw him in too?
Get the. What are you doing? And I'm just gonna run towards the pool to grab the Chris.
Okay. As you grab the Chris, what are you doing?
I'm gonna run back to Circos, the Chris in my hand.
Okay, Circos, make a death save.
I'm
What are
sorry,
you?
Circos. If
What are you
die,
doing? That's
I
just
don't
time
know.
that went by. What are you doing with the Chris?
I'm bringing it to Circos and putting it
Okay.
in his hands. I don't know. It's
The-
the best I can do.
You're putting
And
it
I'm
in his
looking at him.
hands?
Yes.
Is it still soaking wet?
Well, if I'm running.
Are you trying to dry it, or are you putting it
Sure,
into...
yeah, I'm running and I'm shaking it, and I'm just trying to reunite them back together.
Okay.
Here you go. Here's your Chris that you whisper to every night. You make love. You lay on it.
As you-
Here it is in your hands.
Give me a dexterity check to see how good you dry it off.
15.
15. As you set it back into his hand, you see the black seep back in within his body. The symbols disappear. There are black. You now have a black marking, 2 arcane of those symbols that you saw on your like bicep. They're like just like almost like a tattoo, but the rest of it seeps away as his eyes shut. The sword shakes, lays still as you took it further away. But he's still on the ground unconscious. What do you do?
Nothing. Staring at him.
Okay, Circos, make a death save.
Well, there's 3 other people here. I don't know. Alai is just broken and battered, so I don't know what you want.
Does he look?
Out there.
Has he stopped getting worse visibly?
Suddenly, Circos, as the last thing you see is that darkness, it fully breaks open, and you just see a temple made out of amber. And it's just, you kind of see like the outside of like the mountain that it's crusted into, basically. But it's so dark, and the rays just beckon you almost as it vanishes, and now you're just like blacked out, like, you know, until you wake up. He is Brewer. Without even a check, you see him randomly like breath pour out of his mouth as his chest goes normal, because he had 3 successful death saves. As he is, as you can tell, seems stable, but he's unconscious. That divine sense is for how long?
It says 1 round.
Until the end of your next turn. What's the other one? 10 minutes. I'll say the detect evil and good still is right at the end. You see that presence within the sword. Specifically within the hilt. That was fun. That was a fun improv session.
No, it wasn't. I have anxiety. I'm just gonna.
Alai wouldn't see it, and Alai would be so concerned about.
No, I know.
Circos.
The only
She
one who
wouldn't
could see it was.
Zenyaria put the thing in the
I was like, wow,
water.
Zenyaria can answer all of these questions with her abilities. Puts it in the water. Like, oh no.
Do that.
I'm gonna do that.
Poor Alai is just
What
like,
are you
oh,
doing with it?
fuck.
I'm gonna leave it in the shallow end.
In case, a
You stay
smarter
here.
character can fucking grab it.
You stay here.
Could have thrown Circos in the water. It would have been fine.
Dude, I was dying when she
Melt.
put the pool of.
Well, in Alai's head, he dumped it on the sword, and that's what made it come out. And she was like, "Oh, well, if I do that to Circos,
Yeah, sword in
it's
a
just
person's a
gonna
little bit
jump
different.
out." Do you think Alai knows that?
Oh, I mean,
No.
All I know
it
is
wasn't
stab.
a terrible idea.
I'm staring
Speaking
at
of
Drew
terrible
having a
ideas,
fucking crisis.
breaking the thing
He's
over
on
my
the
Chris.
ground. Travis is palpitating over there.
And palpitating.
What are you doing? Time is it? You get 20 minutes. What are you doing?
Is he okay?
Are we bringing him to the doctor now? Still don't know what's going on. I see smoke.
No, can you
Smells
come
like
over here and
flesh.
pick him up?
I dragged
No,
him
I
closer.
can't come any closer.
Wouldn't I be
Shut your
closer to
mouth.
you? I picked Circos up and I dragged him
Yeah.
like towards your direction.
I would say
Until
they're.
Brewer told me to put him down because he was getting worse.
Yeah,
I
I
would
thought
say
you got him like 5 feet before Brewer told you to put him down. That's why I thought.
I mean, I would have been fucking.
She's
awesome
close
with
to
him
you
in my
at this point.
arms.
Yeah. She's not far. She's like 5 feet from you. So it just hurt a little bit more to walk up closer and pick him up.
I'll throw him over my shoulder.
As he does, you see him like grabbing on as he walks a little bit forward. That pulsing
Oh,
just
wow,
a little
hold
bit
on.
stronger.
Let me cry for him. Did you pick him up?
Yeah, that's what he's holding. That's Circos right there. That's his butt.
Bag of potatoes.
I'm just gonna like kind of look at him holding Circos, and I'm going to take a quick turn and just like hastily walk towards the village.
That's how everyone's doing.
Yep.
No, the brewer's gonna walk, like, he's gonna leave his bag and like supplies on the ground in the snow. Now that, like, when you come and pick him up, and he's still like shaking, he's just shaking his head. And is going to light another or whatever he smokes. I haven't decided yet.
Drugs.
And slowly start walking back toward the pool. And when he gets there, he's just gonna stand and stare.
It's not there anymore.
Yeah, that's fine.
What you see now is yourself when you got off that boat.
Yeah, he's gonna just kind of fall to his knees and just like, yeah.
Younger self. Without all the shit. Without all the trauma.
They left. They were walking away.
They're not near you. I don't know. They probably haven't left. I would imagine they might have. I don't know if some of you might have left, but
As I noticed, Brewer's still there and like wait up for him.
I don't think everyone's about like 25, 30 feet away from you.
Upset, so I took off.
Well, I left.
All I know is stab. That's a t-shirt.
Brewer stabs things into him. Why can't I?
My stabs are medicinal.
Mine
Having
are.
a vanilla Superdome is so great. I'm so happy about that.
Stab to consciousness.
So he's gonna put his hood up, and stand up slowly, like frailly, and start to walk back toward the group with his hood over his face, like hiding his face, and like pick up his gear slowly. Start walking back toward the group.
Okay, you guys going back to town?
Well, when I get back to the group, does anyone say anything?
I'm not there, so
Why'd you go back to the water? Forget something?
So he's gonna like look up to you, and you're gonna see that basically from every orifice except for his mouth, like his eyes and his nose, is just like small streams of blood that are like coming down his face, like down to his neck, and like coming out of his eyes, and like his one eye that you can see is all bloodshot, and like the white is just blood red, and then the blue glass eye that he has is also kind of coated, and he just like stares at you.
What the fuck?
and then walks away, like walks back in whatever direction he thinks town is.
I'm gonna look at Zinyaria, because she's still here. We probably shouldn't come back to this pool. Well, I need the hilt still, but that's at the shrine.
It involves the pool.
I was having fun. I splashed some water in my face. I felt refreshed.
Yeah, I love how you guys are like, man, this pool sucks. I'm pretty sure I said it's like the most good thing in Barovia, so maybe you guys are just fucking evil.
I'm a good
Not
person.
me.
I don't know what you're
I
talking
felt
about.
great, bro. I don't know about everybody else.
The dead corpse woman had a blast.
Yeah.
She was swimming
A
in that
lovely
shit.
time.
Just don't get her wet. 'cause
All right, so you guys are heading back to town with
Yep.
Bloody Mary. Oh fuck, that's a good one. I like that one, Josh. Yeah. So as you make it back to town, with just looking great, Eli, did you have a specific place you went to?
I would have went back to where we stayed.
No, you didn't want to follow the little girls first.
Excuse me?
What?
You want more trauma?
You didn't want trauma?
Emotional damage.
So, it's
Well, I told Circus
all of
he
that.
he better not
I would
die
say
on
it's
her,
close
so
to like
she's full of
11.
sadness.
It's almost close to noon as you guys start getting back. Where is everyone going? Elias, you don't see her right now as you guys get over near the general store.
Burn Circos to the doctor. I believe that's where you wanted to go, Zinyaria.
I love how I made this doctor, and now he's gonna be a prime guy. He's gonna be a great guy. Frederick. Dr. Frederick here.
Did you just was Frederick just a throwaway name you came up with?
It's definitely a throwaway name, yeah.
Frederick was the throwaway name I came up with at the beginning of my fucking one shot.
Yeah, it's a great name.
Frederick.
It's a perfect D&D name. That's like also a name. Are you guys looking for? I don't think you know where he is. So if you're gonna look for,
Wasn't he the guy delivering the babies?
yeah, but that was another person's house.
I think
I'm saying
one
where
of the
he lives.
burgomaster just say go to the north.
That was Darovich. That was the inn where he said to go to the north.
Well, fuck if I
No,
know
but
anything.
but if you want to look
I know.
for, you can. Whoever's looking can do a investigation or perception check, or you can give someone advantage for it.
I'm looking around. I'll help or roll. Doesn't matter to
I
me.
will gladly give help because I suck at both.
Alright. I'll roll perception with Circos' butt next to my face. Hopefully it doesn't fart.
Just farts out more of the
21.
demon.
Farts of the demon.
21.
Yeah.
Little demon chart.
You would see to the south a man come out with a sling from a home that has smoke as you see him just slinged up, slowly walking out of the establishment.
Alright, I'm gonna walk towards that building.
Who's going?
past
Is
the-
it
Throw in the doctor I'm going to, because I want to see what's up with Senyaria.
not the blood
I'm-
all over your face?
I don't think the brewer knows what he looks like.
Everyone, well, he doesn't have a choice. So, I was like, Circos, is that where you're going? Yeah. So as you guys walk over, the door's shut. 2 windows on either side. There's light within. As you knock, slowly a man opens the door, like very tiny glasses, but like a little bit lower. Ponytail. Yes. How can I help you?
My friend's unconscious. Can you wake him up?
I can do my best if you want to bring him in.
I walk in.
As he like looks by
like
you
fine.
and he sees Zinyaria and Brewer next to each other, one bleeding with blood tears, blood everything all over his face, and a literal dead person. Are you with him?
Believe it or not, we're fine. I think he's okay. He needs attention more so than us. I talk.
Slowly turns and shuts the door. As he walks over. Set him on my table here, which is literally like a kitchen table.
Bonk.
Okay. Let's see. And you see him start mixing all these like plants and stuff together. And he takes like this claw, puts it in, lights it on fire, starts to put it in a mortar pestle, grind it down, puts it into a vial, heating it, pouring this yellow liquid within. As he, what happened to him, may I ask?
I don't know. I didn't see it. I just carried him here. My friend saw it. I look around for a lie. I don't think she's here, right?
And, what's going on with... There's a animated corpse and a pale man bleeding from the face outside?
Brewer is watching the whole thing and just is like half lucid, basically, and is muttering to himself something in Gnomish.
Oh.
Zenyaria, roll a d20.
Shit.
Well, the small one died, brought back to life, and is trying to figure out how.
Oh shit, here
I
comes
don't
the
know what's
nussy
going
pain.
on with the other one.
Yeah, you got Nussy Pain.
I got
Nussy-
nussy pain.
Nussy with the G. Nussy with the silent G.
Goodness me.
Not enough to make you pass out, but as you are feeling that pain, the gnomish that he's speaking is like coming back to you as you hear what he's saying.
I'm just repeating myself over and over again.
Which I think you can see what he wrote, because you know gnomish.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, that's what you hear. Sorry, Rag.
You rag.
Well, it's very,
Just Ragnar.
I've seen some strange people, but you might be the strangest yet, as he
Thank you.
pours this into what seems to be a needle. As he lean him over to his side. This is experimental, but it should get him up. As he pulls him up to his side, hold him tight. He might be in pain when he wakes up. As he shoves the needle into his spine and injects it within. As Circos, you wake up to burning and a sharp pain in your neck. As you wake up, and you can have.
Exhaustion, level 5.
Well, you
I
can
was
have
also
you
leaving.
can have exhaustion because you fell, but you have 12 HP.
Level 5.
All of HP.
Cool.
Ragnar's holding you tightly to a table as well.
Yeah, as you wake up with a burning and searing pain in, like, right below your neck and your spine.
Just like eyes are wide.
Ragnar's
Just like,
holding you.
What's where the fuck are we?
Ah, he's up
No, it
as he
worked.
pulls out the needle. Yes.
Um,
Drop him.
he wants to drop it. I'm like letting him roll back onto the table because he was on his side.
And you're just looking up at, like, the wooden parts, and there's, like, a small, like, chandelier made out of, like, wolf bones above you.
Like,
You're at the doctor. You took a little tumble.
A little.
I took a tumble?
I don't know. You fell over, and I saw a lie throw water on you, and I saw smoke, and then I saw Zenyaria running, and then there was a lot of panic, and then eventually you were fine, I guess. I was at a distance. I couldn't get closer.
Sorry, I was a little bitch.
When is my Chris at my side again, or does somebody else have it?
No, you should have it. I think it's in your hand, and your hand would just still be gripping it the whole time, I would imagine.
Holding on to it. I remember the darkness coming out of this blade. What happened after?
No, I didn't see that. You're gonna have to
It's so
ask
funny
the others.
to have all these questions. Ragnar's like, yeah, I was just 30 feet away. It hurt my arm.
Are Brewer and Zinyaria in the
They're
room?
outside right now.
They're outside.
Where are the others?
They're outside. I don't know. I guess they didn't want to come in.
Well, the doctor kind of shut the door on them after
No,
Zinyaria was like, we're
I
okay.
noticed that. I just ran right in.
Hey, I actually wanted to ask you a. Okay. Shuts the door.
Well, now that you're feeling better, we can go out and we can talk to them. Thanks, Doc.
I mean, I feel terrible, but yes, thank you, Doctor.
No problem. I'm glad it worked. Sometimes it doesn't and it kills, so.
We got that one resurrection on
You
deck.
probably could have mentioned that before you did it. You just kind of...
Well, you seem to be in a hurry, and it's what I have to bring him back, so. Frederick.
Just like roll off the table and like support myself on Ragnar and like try to like follow him out the
No
out
good,
the
very
road.
bad day.
I believe our friend had some questions for you, so if you don't mind entertaining those.
Which one, the bleeding one or the dead one?
The dead one. The one with the Nissi.
I was wondering what to call that.
Don't fucking call it that.
It's a canon now.
It's now
We're gonna make a
in
Wikipedia
Canon.
page.
yeah.
Could
the
you-
Taylor books.
Boot up the world anvil again. We're adding it.
I still
Could
pay
you
for
be
that.
a professional and refer to it by its clinical name, the Nagina?
As you open up the door,
Maybe
you and Circos. It's.
Ilva?
Are you still muttering that, Brewer?
Yeah, and I just like I throw in some of this stuff too.
She's just gonna look back and in Gnomish say, "Excuse me?" The second part.
Doesn't really acknowledge you.
As you guys walk out and you see, Circos, you see that the brewer's face has streams of blood coming out of his orifices.
Besides his mouth.
Not his mouth though. It's clean right here.
happened to him? What happened to you?
Not responsive.
Welcome back. Super
I just
fun.
like slouch down on the steps of this house and just like plant the Chris in the ground and just like lean on it.
I didn't know this was gonna be so much emotional trauma.
Is it light here?
No, she ran off. She's mad because she threw radiant damage at Circos. What are you doing?
Sorry, lost enough people.
What are you doing,
Big
Zenyaria?
nuss. What are you doing?
What are you doing, old nuss?
Oldness.
I got
Good.
distracted.
Goodness.
She was thinking about the Nessie. Sorry.
Little sister, big boots.
That's such a big nest for a little sister.
And that's where we'll end it.
Good night, everybody.
And I'm done.
Yeah, when she walks back in, she'll just ask Frederick if he's seen anybody like her before.
Like you? Medically, no. I've seen or read books of people being brought back from the dead, but you speak as if you are not enchanted or possessed or in control of in any way.
No.
Never seen anything like you.
Do you know what can cause it?
I'm a man of science, a man of medical means. I can't bring people back like that. You need to speak to someone with powers of the arcane. If it's that at all.
Do you know who I could speak to?
Unfortunately, as a doctor and the only one in this town, I don't get out much. I would speak to traveled men and women. Sorry, I can't help you in any other way.
That's okay. You help my friend.
Just be glad you're living.
I suppose. It's an interesting quality of life here.
It's all we know. Anything else? You're just staring at him.
I'm just staring at him. I'm just fucking confused by everything.
Just a fly's just like.
He's just landing on me.
Doesn't blink.
Yeah, no one lands on my eyeball. I'm just like.
Well, I guess we should bring these vials to that potion lady.
Right?
And then figure out what to do from there.
You guys hate a lie.
She ran off.
Alright. So you guys are heading to the... You're heading to...
Potion lady.
The general store? Alright. Alai, what are you doing?
I am back at the place that we rented out in that like room down at the bottom, and I'm like at the edge of the bed, kind of like on my knees with my head down on like the corner of the bed, and I have the book open in front of me with my pen on top, and I'm just saying 5 names over and over again. Actually, I'm sorry, 6 names. Forgot about this one person. Over and over again, I'm saying Farron, Kaimil, Aerith, Miriani, Vumon, Tarkin, Farron, and I'm just saying them over and over again.
Your book's open?
Like, yeah, with my book open.
I'm gonna say that the page from last night when you were sleeping's open with it, because the next page is there. As you are saying it, you eventually like look up at your book, and on the book is a open grave with a little girl holding a flower. In her head, there's just missing from where her neck is. There's nothing in between. There's like a gap.
Between her head and her body?
Yep. And that's where we'll end it.
By the way, that was my mom, dad, sister, aunt, cousin's name, and Tarkin. So those are all the people that I've lost.
When
you
you
add
say
my
a,
family to those?
when you say a
I
gap,
know your family.
A gussy. Yeah.
No, there's no nussy, there's a gap.
There's a slit.
like the pen drew, stopped,
Yeah.
moved up, and continued on her head.
When you said Drew, I just got reminded of another
Drew.
Drew?
Yeah,
Oh
Drew
my
had
God.
bloody eyes today. I was like, what? That's such a Drew thing.
oh, Drew.
I wish
thought
Carol
that-
was here to
I
show
thought
us
I'd
the way.
never. I thought I'd never have to hear that again.
Nope.
If I have to hear Nussy, you have to hear Drew.
This is never not gonna be funny. We might have to put a moratorium on it. Just adding Ussy to anything is so funny to me.
It just puts a smile on your face.
It's just so funny. So I saw something on TikTok the other day about like cream cheese coming out the bagels, but Gussy. Awesome shit.
Very
I
easy
love
results of the
those.
Celtics
I
game.
love those.
What?
Celtics won.
Yeah.
Gross looking game from what I like peeked
Good.
in
I
on
didn't
and
have to
shit.
watch it.
It was terrible to watch until the end of the third. Then the Celtics turned it on.
I think Jaylen Brown read some tweets at like fucking in the
Must
third or
have,
something.
yeah.
They were like, "You can't dribble, Jaylen Brown." He's like, "All right, I'm gonna stop dribbling and I'm just gonna shoot the ball or dunk it every time I get it."
Dude, he had a crazy fucking dunk in the fourth. It was
No,
fucking
I
nuts.
peeked in like towards the end of it. Kyle Lowry woke up feeling dangerous. 0 for 6, 0 points, 0 assists, 1 rebound, 3 turnovers, 5 fouls.
It's
Good, I
the
hate
old
him.
Kyle Lowry meme, where he's
Dangerous
just
is my
chucking up
middle
the shot.
name.
Yeah. Where's the? I did catch the head snap trying to sell like an elbow to the head. It was hilarious. Let's see if I can find that. Here we go.
Good times.
The best part is if he didn't flop, he probably would have gotten hit in the chin with the elbow. But he just like goes like, ah!
Here, Anna, this is the worst drawing ever of what it is.
Oh boy.
Because I just did it with MS Paint.
I sent you